when I turn up the bass. They love it when I turn up the bass. They love it when I turn up the bass.
And good evening, everyone, and welcome to Memorial Stadium here in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I am Doug Gann alongside of Chuck Perkins and Brett Stallsby, and we are set to bring you the 2023 Gridiron Football All-American Bowl live tonight. Pay-per-view and around the world. Glad that you are here to join us. You're getting a look at the West squad who is out there getting warmed up. You saw the great opening, some things that are going on. What a tremendous time to be here at the Gridiron All-American Bowl. Saw the All-Star Bowl, the middle schoolers. That was a East 24-14 victory. And now the East and West will do battle again in this one. Off you see on your right over there, that is the East team. They will be in the blue, the primary blue colors on there. And we'll get some of those numbers matched up with some of the kids. Originally, you saw the West. They are in the red. Good evening once again, everyone. Doug Gann bringing you all of the action tonight from Memorial Stadium here in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Give you an idea where we're at. Just outside our window, you get a good view of the Capitol here in the capital city of Louisiana. Down towards the bottom of it, I guess near the boot area, I guess you would, close to Mississippi. For those of you that are not familiar with where we are, glad that you are here. You're spanning around to see some of the folks that are in attendance for this one tonight. Had a good crowd for that earlier game, and now they're starting to drift in from outside in the parking lot. Been a lot of tailgating going on there, but so glad that you are tuned in around this great country, around this great state, and around the world, wherever tonight may bring you. Now we're going to look at some of the rosters. First, we will start out with the East team. And so Wednesday night they had their draft. When they did, they split it up into East team and a West team, and the East offense has been set. The East defense has been set. We won't go over starters because the guys will rotate in practically every few plays, and so there's real no need. They're all starters out here. Just about everyone is all district, all state, all American, and all ready to do battle in this one. First, let's look at the offense from the East. You'll see Jesuit quarterback, and he is one that they are really looking forward to excel tonight in this one. Out of Jesuit High, came out of primarily a running offense, but is going to come out and throw the ball to these speedy receivers tonight, and that is quarterback Bo Perez, and he will be wearing jersey number. Let me see if we can get Bo in there and find out which number he is going to be wearing tonight. See, they move everything around on us, and that makes it difficult to see. But he will be in number 16 tonight as the quarterback for the East team, and he'll rotate out as well. Next for the East team is Blaine Savoy, offensive lineman out of Rose Pine High School. Rose Pine, dear and near to the CEO, Andy Bryson's heart, is where he came from, and there's 3 members from Rose Pine in there tonight. So offensive lineman Blaine Savoy, a member of the East team offense. Braden George is on there. Braden George out of Episcopal High. He will be a running back for this team, and we saw him a lot in practice. Just does a great job. He is Episcopal High's Braden George. Cedric May will be there. Jumped one over. That's Brandon Scott. Oops. He is a wide receiver out of Sarah T. Reed High. Sarah T. Reed is where Coach Markel Johnson coaches, and he is a linebacker coach for that Westcott, but he's got Brandon Scott here in the house out of Sarah T. Reed in New Orleans. Now Cedric May. Cedric May is another one of those offensive linemen. Coach Marcus Randall's school, Woodlawn High. That's where Marcus Randall is the head football coach there, but you see Cedric May. Chase Cangelosi is an offensive lineman out of Dutchtown, just right up the road there. Chase Cangelosi drafted to the offensive side of the East. From Alexandria, Peabody High School is Dartavian DePass. His coach is in here. First time that we've seen some more horses in here in number like they are. Harry Coleman, the new head coach, former LSU Tiger, is their head coach, and great to see Dartavian DePass, explosive wide receiver. Look for him to get into the open tonight and receive maybe a couple of those Bo Perez missiles as they come around there. Dakota Johnson is a running back out of Oakdale High up there in central Louisiana area, and Allen Parish. Oakdale High's own Dakota Johnson at running back. Demarius Burns, he is a wide receiver from just north of Alexandria, Jonesboro Hodge High School out of Jonesboro Hodge, Louisiana. That is Demarius Burns. Douglas Thornton, wide receiver, Southern Lab here in Baton Rouge. We saw him excel all week. They were very high on the speed that he brings out of the backfield, out of the slot. That's Douglas Thornton. Granville Anderson, one of the most explosive that we've seen all week, has a number of offers from everyone. Another one of those speedy playmakers that is going to test this defense from the West. That is the East wide receiver, Granville Anderson II. Hayden Johnson, Notre Dame High there in Crowley, Louisiana. He is one of 2 tight ends. Each team has just 2 tight ends in this one. That is Hayden Johnson. Isaiah Farley. Isaiah Farley is a running back out of Vernon Parish, Leesville, Louisiana. He was a Wampus Cat of Leesville High for head coach Robbie Causey. Coach Causey and that group down there in Leesville, they produced one of the most explosive running backs in the area in Isaiah Farley. Jackson Cordell, he is the kicker from Franklin Parish. Those guys out there and worked, and all 4 of the practice sessions that they worked, he and the other couple of kickers just sitting there banging kicks and making some miraculous ones out there. Jackson Cordell, the kicker from Franklin Parish. James Owens, another one of those running backs. He is from Pine High School, went deep in the playoffs. Pine High School, great season. Franklinton, Louisiana. Pine High School produces James Owens at running back. Josh Lloyd, another Central Louisiana player out of the middle part of the state. That is Josh Lloyd, one of 3 Tioga Indians Coach Cook sent up here to be in this one. Javari Singleton. Javari Singleton is another one of those running backs. Delta Charter. We saw a lot of those players in that junior high game from Faraday, Louisiana, that will make their way up to Delta Charter as well. Javari Singleton, another one of the explosive running backs for that East team. Lance Rumbelow, wide receiver. Kenner Discovery in Kenner, Louisiana, down there in that New Orleans area. Kenner produced Lance Rumbelow, and you'll see a lot from him tonight. For the East offensively, another one of their big offensive linemen is Maurice Smith Jr. He's also out of Faraday. And so, again, you'll see that Faraday squad really put together some good players that make their way up here. Player that was drafted first overall by the East will not play in tonight's contest. Mitch Hodnett, recovering from surgery on his finger. You may be familiar with Sterlington High's Mitch Hodnett on early signing day just a couple of weeks ago. Signed his commitment letter with TCU. So he will go and join Alexandria's Bud Clark over at Texas Christian University in Fort Worth, Texas. Omar Butler from Crowley, Louisiana. Crowley High's own Omar Butler will spend some time there running back. Just a loaded running back class that's going to test that defense of the West tonight. Omar Butler from Crowley. Otis Bates Jr., Delta Charter. You saw that they were just a two-headed monster at running back. Delta Charter, great season. Out of Faraday, Otis Bates Jr. Ray Levi, Lake Arthur's wide receiver that makes his way in here. Lake Arthur produced wide receiver Ray Levi, and we saw he and Dartavian DePass at wide out for Bo Perez and made some very tall, lanky, fast receivers. This offense is going to be fast tonight for the East. Riggs Knight, offensive lineman out of Slidell, Louisiana. Slidell has 3 players in this ball game tonight. Riggs Knight, one of those that anchors the offensive line. And Samuel Tullis. Samuel Tullis is one of the quarterbacks here for this group. He is out of Acadiana Christian High School. We saw he and Bo Perez. They will alternate tonight. But Samuel Tullis, Acadiana Christian, will be quarterback 1 and quarterback 1A with Bo Perez tonight for the East. That's a look at your East offense. Let's take a look at what their defense looks like. Logan Hughes will get things going. Correction, Shantarius Connor is out there. We don't have pictures for them as they were added into it late, so we apologize for that. But Shantarius Connor, Logan Hughes, also one of those. Getting into those that we do have, Blair Russo. Russo leads that class of group of kids in here from Catholic of Baton Rouge. Catholic of Baton Rouge, of course, had such a phenomenal season in there, capped off their defensive tackle that leads the way defensively. We saw him make a lot of plays this week, and we'll get into more of their week stuff as we go through the week. Next up for the East team's defense is linebacker Chris Cooper. Chris Cooper, again, from Coach Marcus Randall's group there at Woodlawn of Baton Rouge. And again, when we get through this, we'll go down the numbers on these guys. So you'll be able to keep up with your favorite player as you go along. Moving along, it is Cedric Allen. Cedric Allen is a defensive back out of Alexandria, and Peabody High School is where he is, of course, under Coach Harry Coleman, who was one of the coaches in here tonight, very familiar with Baton Rouge. That is Cedric Allen. Colin Coates, another one of those fast guys in that defensive backfield from Catholic High right here in Baton Rouge. Colin Coates, you will hear from him a lot tonight as he is one of those that goes to the ball every chance he gets. Corey Ledette is in there. He's a linebacker from Southside High in Youngsville, Louisiana. He is just one of those guys that you look at. He doesn't have his helmet on. It's just not as intimidating looking. But when he's out, no helmet, the long hair, and just a dude out on the football field is Corey. And we look forward to some big plays from that young man tonight. Out of Marksville, Louisiana, it is Demarion Dupas. Marksville produces Demarion Dupas. Get him switched over to him. There he is. Just a big anchor to that defensive line here out of Marksville High in Avoyelles Parish. Demarion Jones, again, another big defensive lineman. Jonesboro Hodge, always known for producing such big, solid defensive players. Darion DJ Jenkins, they call him. DJ will be there. He comes from the Spartans of Salmon High School. That is DJ Jenkins. Diego Spears from Dutchtown High. Again, you've heard us call Dutchtown a lot. Diego Spears, another one of those defensive linemen for this East team that are looking to put pressure on that offense of the West. Dante Botley, defensive end, Kinder High School. Kinder. It's Dante Botley. Look for a big night out of him. Yes, all these guys, you go up and down the roster, and you saw so many playmakers throughout the few days that we were here with the practice. Moving on for the East, it is Dwayne Mills, DB out of Slidell, Louisiana. Slidell High School produces, I think, 4 people that are in this one. Another multi-school team is Peabody, and there's defensive back Eric Voorhees. You see, Eric is very personable, very passionate, and very ready to get after the offense of the West tonight. That is Peabody High's Eric Voorhees. Gabriel Leslie is there, the linebacker from Rose Pine. We told you there were 3 members of this East squad that are from Rose Pine. Gabriel Leslie anchors that out. He is from Rose Pine, Andy's hometown. Isaiah Grant is there. That is the linebacker from Newman High down in New Orleans. We got to talk to Isaiah on the first night, and just all smiles. You see the smile in that picture. He is there. But when he straps the helmet on, he gets ready to go to work. Tioga's own, one of the biggest playmakers in this game, it is Jacorian Norris. Look for a big offer to come for Jacorian out of this weekend's game. Hadn't played since week 10 of the season. Had an injury right before the playoffs in that game against Peabody. One of the most electric playmakers in either side is number 1 from Tioga, Jacorian Norris. Jalen Anderson, defensive end, another one of those guys from Slidell. That is Jalen Anderson. Landon Lawrence, he is a linebacker from Rose Pine High School. That is the 4th member from Rose Pine to make their way up here, Landon Lawrence. Caden Taylor out of Grand Lake High in Lake Charles, Louisiana, the first one that we've seen from Grand Lake. That is Caden Taylor. He plays linebacker. He plays quarterback. He'll be linebacker in this game tonight. Kane Olivier, defensive lineman. He is out of Laurelville High down in Laurelville, Louisiana. We saw Kane Olivier kind of anchor that defensive line and was able to call some signals out and move some folks around. Look for some good things out of Olivier tonight. Cam Wilson is the linebacker from Airline up in Bossier City is where he was at. Roomed with a guy down in New Orleans and said it's just about as far apart as you could get from Airline to New Orleans, and it's football that brought those 2 young men together. Mackenzie Ardoin is in there. He is on the defensive line. Northwest High School. He was on that team that lost out to Opelousas in the semifinals. Opelousas goes on. They're in the same area there. Mackenzie Ardoin, no stranger to getting after the quarterback. Mason Warren, Parkview Baptist, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Mason Warren had a dad that played at Southern down here in Baton Rouge. We'll tell you a little bit more about Mason, but he is one of the most exciting players that you'll see in the lineup tonight defensively for this East squad. Another one from Tioga, it is Max Cadremus. Max Cadremus is out there. Tioga High School out of Ball, Louisiana. Tioga, depends on how you look at it on there, out on the reservation. They finished off a tremendous season, 2nd in their district, went to the 2nd round of the playoffs, looking for big things from the Indians and Tioga's own Max Cadremus tonight. Peyton McFarland, the linebacker from McDonough 35 down in New Orleans. A lot of New Orleans folks represented tonight, and Peyton McFarland is one of those that is going to excel in this ball game. Travis Pradia, defensive back out of Barb High School down in Lake Charles. Barb shows that not only can they play baseball, they come after you in football as well, and Travis is here to represent that. Zarek Jones, running back, Gina High School, had close to a couple of thousand yards on the ground this year as Gina finished with a perfect regular season deep into the playoffs before losing in the semifinals of that one. You'll see a lot of ground and pound tonight from Zarek Jones, the running back from Gina, and Zerion Taylor, defensive lineman from Peabody there in Alexandria. And that is a look at your East lineup. Let's switch over, catch my breath, and we will look at the West. This West defense is, our West offense is just as solid as they come. Number 11 tonight, and we'll look at the others, but he's first. And here we list these alphabetically on this offensive side of it, but out of Alexandria Trojans, wide receiver, defensive back, does a little bit of everything. He quarterback for him. Amirion Mingo, you'll hear us call him My Mingo tonight from Alexandria. Adam Wiggins, he anchors that offensive line. Out of East Ascension, had a good chance to talk with Adam. They had probably one of the most brutal non-district schedules out of anybody that's there. But Adam Wiggins, a big, big offensive lineman. Alton Reason is their offensive lineman. Livingston Collegiate High, New Orleans. Alton Reason is there. He is on the offensive line for this East squad. Anthony Hall will play quarterback. He is out of Escambia High. Big, tall, fast, strong arm quarterback. He likes to get out and run. He can throw the ball as well. That's Anthony Hall, one of 5 players from Pensacola, Florida, and Escambia. Bryn Ray, offensive lineman, Westminster Christian, there in Opelousas. Bryn Ray. Christian Smith, he is a defensive back in this one from Amite. From Amite, if that name sounds familiar, Smith from Amite, yes, it is a younger brother of Devontae Smith. Colin Leger will be the quarterback. He is out of Como. He will rotate at quarterback. Talk to him a little bit, and there's not a player out there that's got more confidence than Colin Leger does, and it's great to see the fire that young man plays with. DeAndre Young, he is a running back, Delhi Charter up at Delhi, Louisiana. DeCarrion Sampson, wide receiver out of Avoyelles High School. Moorville, Louisiana is where he makes his hometown. A lot of great football being played down in Avoyelles Parish. Young man, that is the answer to a trivia question. That is Grant Denicola. He is the long snapper. Why do we say he's the answer to a trivia question? He'll play for both squads tonight. He will be the long snapper. Said he's been snapping since he was 8 years old. Jacoby Jefferson, running back, Salmon High, Slidell, Louisiana. Look for this West offense to try to run the ball and establish that. Jake Stevens, offensive lineman. Caruthersville, Missouri is where this young man comes from. A lot of players from Louisiana in this contest. Jake Stevens makes his home in Missouri, and Caruthersville High is where he's from. Jamari Evans, wide receiver out of Walker, Louisiana, by way of Walker High School. Jarius Wright, another one of those wide receivers. He played for the Pels in Port Allen. Port Allen Pelicans produced Jarius Wright. Javane Reese, running back, Northwest High School. You think running backs, you think Northwest High School. You think Northwest High School, it's Javane Reese. One of the 2 Canadian prospects in this, they call him J-Mac. It is G-Mac. It is Jaden Gursey McDonald, the wide receiver, running back. Got him listed as a wide receiver here, but he's going to run the football tonight. G-Mac comes out of Ontario, Canada. Wide receiver out of Neville High School up in the northeast portion of the state is John Michael Sampagnaro. Sampagnaro will be a wide receiver for this Neville team. You see him throwing the football there, but will play wide out. Jordan Filson, offensive lineman, North Iberville High School. One of the number 1 running backs in the country. He is a commit and a commit to Northern Arizona. Northern Arizona is where Center High School's Caden Dixon, 2,000 yards last year, 2,000 yards the year before that, 4,000 over the last couple of years, and over 65 touchdowns. Caden Dixon has speed, he's got power, he's got size. He's going to be a force tonight. Calmarian Batiste, he is the lone representative from Peabody that is not on that E squad. He's on the offensive line. The other tight end, there are 2 tight ends in this one we told you about. That is Calmarian Batiste, the tight end out of Peabody in Alexandria. Kelby Hippolyte, you talk to the coaches. He has had a great game, a great week of practice at wide receiver. He is out of Breaux Bridge, Louisiana. Mikey Bean, the other running back, Independence High School. Don't let his size fool you. He said he's got something to prove, and he's done that all week long. Sean Heineke Prevost is the kicker that's out of there. He is from Houston, Texas. Heights High School, can bang the ball wherever he wants to. Won't be a lot of runbacks in this game tonight, the way that Prevost kicks the ball. Travis Citadel, offensive lineman, Ascension Catholic High out of Donaldsonville. You see this young man, and this is just a great story, out of St. Fred's in Monroe. You see the picture. Carries the flag when they do the run out. Vassar Day, offensive lineman, and Wyatt Gibbons at wide receiver runs out the offense for that West squad. Let's swap over and check out the defense. Alex Simon, DB from Como High School. 3 players from Como in this one. A lot of players from from the Lafayette area. Holy Savior Menard produced 1 attendee in this All-American Gridiron Bowl, and he has been solid at defense along the line. Several sacks this week. Braylon Dusang, defensive line at Menard. He played offensive line and defensive line. He will be primarily defensive line tonight. C.J. White, defensive end out of Foster High in Richmond, Texas. C.J. White, you got him listed as Christopher there. He goes by C.J. Good to see him over here in Baton Rouge. Cody Noel Jr., defensive back out of Breaux Bridge, Louisiana. Breaux Bridge High School produces Cody Noel Jr. DeQuincy Wilson, defensive back. Barton High out of Barton, Arkansas. You're getting the idea here. Several players from around this area. Hodges Brown, defensive back, Como High School, Lafayette, Louisiana. One of the most spirited players that you'll need to keep an eye out on. Comes from the 14-0 Calvary Cavaliers. They were the state champions out of Shreveport, Louisiana. Calvary Baptist produced Hutch Grace, linebacker. Hutch Grace, linebacker for the West. That linebacking core, you won't find a better one anywhere you go. They happen to all be on one side. That takes nothing away from the linebackers, but as a unit, that linebacking core from the West, pretty top-notch. Jaleel Matthews, defensive back, Terrebonne High out of Houma, Louisiana. Moving on, Jalen Harris, linebacker, one of those 5 that made it over here with Coach Mike Bennett, Escambia High. He will be the coach tonight. Mike Bennett will from Escambia. This is one of his linebackers. Jalen Harris will be out there. Caden Taylor, Grand Lake High's second entrant into this one. He will be there at linebacker. Lacardius Boatwright, another linebacker, part of that. Everybody looked for him after day 1. Where is the Independence High linebacker? He wore number 4 around the way. Just a solid player. We'll hear from him a lot tonight. One of the coolest stories to come out of this week, Lawrence Rivers out of Chiefland High School in Chiefland, Florida. 50% hearing loss from that young man. And we sat down and visited with him. He says, biggest problem is he can't hear the whistle, but he thinks that aids him because it keeps a better eye on everything that's going on. And that is Lawrence Rivers. Nasir Hudson, defensive lineman, Warren Easton High School. He's got something to prove tonight. Had a rough go of it down there at Warren Easton. You all know that story. Nasir Hudson is going to come after everyone tonight. One of the most fun folks to talk to out here, right? Owen Locke, linebacker from Huron Heights in Ontario, Canada. He is one of 2 members that are down here from Canada in that one, right? I say that if you go back and watch the interviews, that was the thing. It's right. Everything was right. I'm trying to get him and GMAC to say y'all before they go back. But Owen Locke flies to the football. Ryan McVeigh, defensive line. He's another one from Escambia High in Pensacola, Florida. Right, Keelan Van Zant, linebacker, Mansfield High out of the northern part of the state, just above Shreveport. Mansfield, Louisiana is right, Keelan Van Zant. Tadarius Wright, defensive back, another great one from Escambia High. Don't put the football in the air anywhere near Tadarius Wright. Travell Hamilton, defensive lineman, Southwood High out of Shreveport. He's going to come up there and try to put a stop to that running game. He will play in front of those linebackers. The front 7 for the West squad, as good as you'll find. Trayvon Bell, defensive back, Paxton High, Jacksonville, Florida. Made the long trip over here. Not as long as those from Canada. Made the long trip over here. Trayvon Bell. Ty Williams, Next, Vermilion Catholic High, Abbeville, Louisiana. Tyler Knighton, defensive lineman, Scotlandville High. We got a couple of players from Scotlandville tonight right here in Baton Rouge. Vincent Butcher Jr., defensive back, Neville High, the second one to come down from Neville in their Neville. Tremendous season. They were district champions out of the Monroe area. And you may have seen him on the Faith, Family, and Football episode that we did. Had Zeke Carwile in here. Probably one of the most well-rounded, focused people that I've ever met. Not football players, not young men, but people that I've ever met. He comes from Lick Skillet, Alabama. He says it's Huntsville. It's right outside of Huntsville, Alabama, but nobody knows where Lick Skillet is. Happens to hold Butter and Egg Road. Tremendous linebacker, Zeke Carwile, Westminster Christian School, Huntsville, Alabama. And those folks are the players from tonight's contest, and we'll get those other ones off of there. There you go. You're getting a look at the crowd that has made their way up here, folks that are coming in. And just a big hello to everyone all around the country and wherever you might be. I am Doug Gann alongside of Chuck Perkins. Brett Stallsby down on the field with us. He's got our camera down on the side. We'll get to that in just a bit. But so thankful that you are here wherever you may be watching from us. We are about 13 minutes, a little bit longer. They haven't started the countdown clock, so they did hold it just for a moment. We're going to go ahead and step away, take a quick break, and we'll come back as we watch the West team come out. We'll get a good look at those guys. There's that team from the West. Remember, they will be in red tonight. Who's your favorite player? Who are you supporting? Let us know if you're watching this on the pay-per-view. Thank you so much for doing that. All of that goes to support this Gridiron football group and allows to help us bring this game to you. Going to be a fun night. We'll have a lot of things for you that we talked about with these kids during the week. Just a ton of things to get to. Going to take our first break of the evening. Maybe not. Maybe we'll stay right here. I'm going to leave it right here and let you watch this and listen to the sights and sounds as the red team makes their way in.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for some Saturday night football here at Memorial Stadium in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. This game is being live streamed on 446 Sports. So, folks, let them hear you. This is the 5th annual Gridiron Football All-American Bowl game. Before we start kickoff, you see both teams lining up across the field in the north end zone. Team East in blue and Team West in red. What we're going to do is introduce each of these fine, great young men and great athletes on the field for you. So if your player's being represented, let them hear you. We're going to start off with Team West. Number 0, the number 1 overall draft pick in the Gridiron Football All-American Bowl game. Number 0, Caden Dixon from Center High School in Center, Texas. Next up, number 1, Jalen Harris from Escambia High School in Pensacola, Florida. Number 2, running back Jacoby Jefferson from Salmon High School in Salmon, Slidell, Louisiana. Number 3, right across the river, Jarius Wright, wide receiver, Port Allen High School in Port Allen, Louisiana. Number 4, Tadarius Wright, defensive back, Escambia High School, Pensacola, Florida. Number 5, Colin Leger, quarterback, Como High School in Lafayette, Louisiana. Number 6, Anthony Hall, quarterback, Escambia High School in Pensacola, Florida. Number 7, from Arkansas, representing Arkansas is defensive back, DeQuincy Wilson from Baton High School in Baton, Arkansas. Representing the state of Texas, defensive end, C.J. White from Foster High School in Richmond, Texas. Number 9, he is a state champion linebacker, Hutch Grace from Calvary Baptist Academy in Shreveport, Louisiana. Number 10, another Escambia Gator, number 10, Ryan McVeigh, defensive lineman. Number 11, from Alexandria, Louisiana, Amarion Mingo. Number 12, from Terrebonne High School in Houma, Louisiana, Jaleel Matthews. Number 13, from Warren Easton High School in New Orleans, Louisiana, Nasir Hudson. Number 14, from Walker High School in Walker, Louisiana, Jamari Evans. Number 15, from Neville High School in Monroe, Louisiana, John Michael Zampanero. Number 16, representing Florida, Jacksonville, Trevon Bell from Paxton High School. Number 17, defensive back for Vermilion Catholic High School in Abbeville, Louisiana, Ty Williams. Number 20, running back, DeAndre Young from Delhi Charter High School in Delhi, Louisiana. Number 21, from Neville High School, Vincent Butcher. Number 22, wide receiver from Pearl Bridge High School in Pearl Bridge, Louisiana, Kelby Hippolyte. Number 23, he is the younger brother of Heisman Trophy winner Devontae Smith. That is Christian Smith, running back from Amite High School in Amite, Louisiana. Number 24, we have running back receiver Decarian Sampson from Avoyos High School. Number 25, right down the road from Scotlandville High School in Baton Rouge, Tyler Knighton. Number 26, he'll be long snapping for both teams, Grant Dinacoa from Dutchtown High School in Geismar, Louisiana. Number 27, one of our two tight ends tonight, Carl Marion Baptiste from Peabody High School in Alexandria, Louisiana. Number 28, wide receiver from Blessed Trinity High School all the way up in Ontario, Canada, Jaden Gurzy McDonald. Number 29, running back, Mackay Bean from Independence High School in Independence, Louisiana. Number 31, defensive back, Jarius Stephen from Sophie B. Wright High School in New Orleans. Number 32, Cody Noel Jr. from Pearl Bridge High School in Pearl Bridge, Louisiana, defensive back. Coming from the state of Florida, number 33, linebacker Lawrence Rivers from Chiefland High School in Chiefland, Florida. Number 34, coming from the state of Alabama, number 34, Zeke Cora from Westminster Christian in Huntsville, Alabama. We have another 34 linebacker, Rykeelan Van Zandt. He plays running back as well from Mansfield High School in Mansfield, Louisiana. Number 40, defensive back, Hodges Brown from Carmel High School in Lafayette, Louisiana. Number 44, he helped lead his team to the semifinals this year, Javian Reese from Northwest High School in Opelousas, Louisiana. Number 45, defensive back, Alex Simon from Como High School in Lafayette, Louisiana. Number 47, all the way from Canada, linebacker Owen Locke from Huron Heights High School in Newmarket, Ontario, Canada. Number 50, offensive lineman from East Decision High School in Gonzales, Louisiana, Adam Wiggins. Number 51, linebacker Ricardius Boatwright from Independence High School in Independence, Louisiana. Number 52, Caden Chandler, linebacker from Grant High School in Dry Pond, Louisiana. Number 54, offensive lineman Alton Risen from Livingston Collegiate in New Orleans, Louisiana. Number 55, he just led his team to the program's first ever state championship, Joe Milton, offensive lineman from Opelousas. Number 57, from Ascension Catholic High School in Dowsonville, Louisiana, Travis Settle. Number 63, from Opelousas Westminster Christian Academy, it is number 63, Bryn Ray. Up from Monroe, Louisiana at St. Frederick High School, number 74, Vassar Day. Our only representative from the state of Missouri, Cartersville High School, Jake Stevens. Number 80, wide receiver from McKinley High School in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Chance Griffin. Number 84, Wyatt Gibbons, wide receiver, Southside High School in Youngsville, Louisiana. Number 86, he will kick and punt for tonight, Sean Heineke Prevost from Heights High School in Houston, Texas. Number 88, from wide receiver from Como High School in Lafayette, Louisiana, Jaden Sonye. Number 90, up from Shreveport, Louisiana, Southwood High School, defensive lineman, Travell Hamilton. Number 91, offensive line and defensive line, Savion Moses, from Delhi Charter High School in Delhi, Louisiana. Next up, we have Jordan Filson representing North Iberville High School, number 56. Jordan Filson, Maryland, Louisiana. And finally, for the West, it is number 99, big defensive lineman, Braylon Dusain from Holy Savior Menard in Alexandria, Louisiana. Team West, led by head coach Mike Bennett, Scammia High School in Pensacola, Florida. That is Team West. Team West also drafted by Andy Bryson, so Team Andy as well. We're going to go over to Team Marcus Randall, with the team he picked. Let's see who he picked. Representing the Team East, we're going to start off with number 0, Isaiah Grant, linebacker from Isidore Newman High School in New Orleans, Louisiana. Number 1, up from Alexandria, Louisiana, from Tioga High School, it is playmaking DB, Jacorin Norris. He can catch passes. He can kick game-winning field goals. That is number 2, Granville Anderson III from University Lab in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Next up, we have wide receiver, number 3, Ray Levi from Lake Arthur High School in Lake Arthur, Louisiana. Next up, we have number 4, running back, Braden George from Episcopal High School in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Next up, number 5, Dortavian D-Pass, wide receiver from Peabody High School in Alexandria, Louisiana. Number 6, Diego Spears, defensive lineman from Dutchtown High School in Geismar, Louisiana, the former Gridiron football player of the week. Next up, we got number 7, Jalen Anderson, defensive end from Slidell High School in Slidell, Louisiana. Next up, we got number 8, wide receiver, Omar Butler from Crowley High School in Crowley, Louisiana. Next up, we got one of Marcus's own players here, Marcus Randall, number 9, linebacker, Chris Cooper from Wood Island High School in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Next up, we have number 10, linebacker, Peyton McFarland from McDonald 35 High School in New Orleans, Louisiana, another former Gridiron football player of the week. Next up, running back / defensive back, Zarek Jones from Gina High School in Gina, Louisiana. Next up, we have number 12, James Owens, running back from Pine High School in Pine, Louisiana. Next up, we have number 13, running back, wide receiver, Douglas Thornton from Southern Lab High School in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. He led the Kittens to the state championship this year. Next up, we have our first quarterback, number 14, Samuel Toulos from Acadiana Christian in Lafayette, Louisiana. Next up, we have Javari Singleton, number 15, running back from Delta Charter High School in Faraday, Louisiana. Next up, we have the first overall number 1 pick for Team East, quarterback Bo Perez from Jesuit High School in New Orleans, Louisiana. Next up, number 17, Dwayne Mills from Slidell High School in Slidell, Louisiana. Next up, number 18, wide receiver, Dakota Johnson from Oakdale High School in Oakdale, Louisiana. Next up, number 19, linebacker, Caden Taylor from Grand Lake High School in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Next up, defensive back from Kinder High School in Kinder, Louisiana, Dante Buckley. Next up, our second tight end in this game, number 21, Hayden Johnson from Notre Dame High School in Crowley, Louisiana. Next up, number 22, defensive end from Northwest High School in Opelousas, Louisiana, Mackenzie Audwan. Next up, number 23, defensive back, Mason Warren from Parkview Baptist High School in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Next up, defensive back, number 24, Travis Pardia from Barb High School in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Next up, we have number 25, linebacker, Cameron Wilson from Aaron High School in Bossier City, Louisiana. Next up, number 27, defensive back, Cedric Allen from Peabody High School in Alexandria, Louisiana. Next up, number 30, representing Tioga High School in Alexandria, Louisiana, Maximus Cadomas. Number 31, defensive back, representing Peabody High School in Alexandria, Louisiana, Eric Voorhees. Next up, right down the road here, Catholic High School in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. He's playing his home games here, number 32, Colin Coates. Number 33, next up, running back from Delta Charter High School in Faraday, Louisiana, Otis Bates Jr. Next up, number 34, representing Rose Pond High School in Rose Pond, Louisiana, number 34, linebacker Gabriel Leslie. He's got his Rose Pond teammate right behind him. Number 35, Landon Lawrence, linebacker from Rose Pond High School in Rose Pond, Louisiana. Next up, we got a very special treat for you. We have two juniors that won't be participating in the game, but next year, keep an eye on number 40 participating in the experience. Number 40, Gridiron Jenkins, the defensive end from Salmon High School in Sardell, Louisiana. Number 44, defensive lineman, Demarius Jones from Jonesboro Hodge High School in Jonesboro, Louisiana. Next up, number 48, defensive lineman and linebacker, Corey Leday from Southside High School in Youngsville, Louisiana. Next up, he will be kicking and punting from Franklin Parish High School in Winsboro, Louisiana, Jackson Cardell. Next up, number 54, defensive lineman, Zion Taylor from Peabody High School in Alexandria, Louisiana. Next up, representing Faraday High School in Faraday, Louisiana, number 55, Shantarius Connor. Next up, right down the road from Woodlawn High School in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, offensive lineman Cedric May. Next up, number 58, offensive lineman, Faraday High School in Faraday, Louisiana, Maurice Smith Jr. Next up, number 59, offensive lineman, Riggs Knight from Slidell High School in Slidell, Louisiana. Next up, number 62, offensive lineman, Blaine Savoie from Rose Pine High School in Rose Pine, Louisiana. Next up, number 66, Logan Hughes, defensive lineman from Madison High School in Tallulah, Louisiana. Next up, number 74, Demarion Dupas, defensive lineman from Marchville High School in Marchville, Louisiana. Next up, number 75, defensive lineman from Laurelville High School in Laurelville, Louisiana, Kane Olivier. Next up, we have number 77, offensive lineman from Dutchtown High School in Geismar, Louisiana, Chase Kedrosi. We have with us also TCU signee, offensive tackle from Sterlington High School in Monroe, Louisiana, Mitch Honnet. Next up, number 80, Demarius Burns from Jonesboro Hodge High School in Jonesboro, Louisiana, Demarius Burns. Next up, number 81, wide receiver from Kinder Discovery High School in New Orleans, Lance Romolo. Next up, we have number 84, wide receiver from Tioga High School in Alexandria, Louisiana, Josh Lloyd. Next up, we have number 85, wide receiver from Sarah T. Reed High School in New Orleans, Louisiana, Brandon Scott. Next up, we have wide receiver from Leesville High School in Leesville, Louisiana, number 88, Isaiah Farley. Next up, he is a state champion right down the road from Catholic High School in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, number 97, Blair Russo. And then finally, we have our second junior participating in this week's events. We have quarterback number 98, James Lucas from Peabody High School in Alexandria, Louisiana. And Team East is led by head coach C.J. Maiden. All right, those are your teams for Team West and Team East. We ask all of you to please rise as Pastor Joel will lead us in prayer.
Would you pray with me, please? Father, we bow under this beautiful sky this evening and so thankful for the game of football. Not just because of how our young men play against each other on the field, but how it develops them into young men, godly young men. And we're so thankful for their coaches. We're thankful for Gridiron football. We're thankful for opportunities. And Father, tonight I just pray that you'd keep every one of these young men safe. You'd watch over the referees. You'd watch over the parents in the stands, the band, all of us, Lord, that our actions would be honoring to you. And Father, I pray that if there is one person here tonight that does not know you as Lord and Savior, I just pray, Father, that through repentance and belief in the gospel, that we can know you. And so, Father, thank you again for this opportunity. Thank you, Lord, for young men who have played throughout their career. And Lord, I just pray for the next opportunities that come their way. And Lord, just again, thank you for Jesus. And it's in his name we pray. Amen and amen. We're going to observe the Canadian national anthem this evening on behalf of our two young men who have traveled south to be with us, Jaden McDonald and Owen Locke. So would you please stand to your feet and let's honor with the Canadian national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special treat singing the national anthem. We have quarterback Samuel Tulos from Acadiana Christian. His big sister will be singing the national anthem, Haley Stelly.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rang out, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Let's get ready to rumble!
And we are back. Don't know that we could get a better start to that, honoring both Canada and America with their national anthems, and hope that we make our friends from the North feel just a little bit more welcome down here in the United States and in Louisiana. Doug Gann alongside of Chuck Perkins. Brett Stalls will be down on the field bringing you the action. Going to be a wonderful night. You heard all of the roster players that are out there. We're going to get a look at the captains for tonight's team. First, for the red team, the West, number 14, Jamari Evans. Number 3 is Jarius Wright. Number 47 is Owen Locke. Number 25 is Tyler Knighton. And those are the captains for the west side. For the east squad, number 7 is Jalen Anderson. And we'll get those guys once they start to make their way out. See who else is one of the captains. 25 is there. That is Cameron Wilson. Number 7 is Jalen Anderson. Number 3 is Ray Levi. Number 16 is quarterback Bo Perez. Looks like 0 is out there as well, and that's Isaiah Grant. Handshakes, as these guys have hung out together a lot this week. It has been a pretty good week for these young men. You see them right down there in the middle, and that is just a tremendous shot by our man Brett Stallsby down on the field. We are right in the huddle with those guys. Feel like we ought to be able to call the coin toss for you. Again, Doug Gann up in the press box, bringing you all of the action tonight. Big hello to everyone all around our United States of America, and those of you tuning in from north of the border there in Canada. Going to be called by the East, it looks like. East calls it. Boy, we were right in the back pocket of it, East. West has won the toss, it looks like. Nope, the East has won the toss. And they have elected to defer. They'll be kicking off to the West to get things going, and we'll try to get this thing going along with them. Big hello out to everyone. Here we go. It is time for the 2023 Gridiron All-American Bowl. Looks like both teams a little confused as they're all going down on the same side of the field. So that's going to make things a little difficult for them. And one of those things they got to just get worked out. Not sure which end of the field they're going to be on, but both squads intermingled. And I know they've played some weird games this week, but I don't think that's what they have in mind. They're playing kind of the XFL style rules where they put everybody down there together on this kickoff. Set to kick off, Granville Anderson looks like he is there. And this is one of the things that makes this a little bit different, as they will play that XFL style of kickoff that has everybody together in there. So pardon me for missing that. Coach Mike Bennett, Coach CJ Maiden out here explaining, hey, you got to give these guys. And so it's, boy, this is going to be a lot of fun. They'll kick off. They'll be within 5 years. And what this does is it takes away from a team being able to get a real big running start and hit somebody backsides or anything like that. Again, if you wanted some excitement, here you go on a Saturday night. Well, folks, you've waited for this one. It's been 365 days since the Orange Beach game concluded. Got a little national TV publicity on that one, and on SportsCenter, and a You Got Mossed setup. Who knows what tonight's going to hold? So glad that you are along here with us. A little bit of a late start getting everybody announced on there, but 6:30 looks to be kickoff this evening. West has that defense. East has that offense. What's going to give tonight? We're just a couple of minutes away. Again, some things to watch. That front seven for the West team. The quarterback out of Jesuit, Bo Perez, and those speedy receivers all around. It is offense, it is defense, it is going to be 4 15-minute quarters. College rules. Granville Anderson set to put a foot into this one, and here we go. Ball is caught, and now the blocking can begin. Off and going up the middle, going to be brought down outside the 33-yard line. On the return for the West, that was number 40, Hodges Brown out of Como, gets that. Anthony Hall is going to come back there at quarterback. Anthony Hall out of Escambia High School, Pensacola, Florida, starts with 2 wide receivers to the top, 2 to the near side. We'll see what that red team, West team offense is able to do. Handoff goes right up the middle, but big time work. That on the carry is going to be number 0, has that Caden Dixon, and you're going to see Dixon a lot tonight. Couple of thousand yards each of the last 2 seasons. Isaiah Grant, the linebacker out of Isidore Newman, comes up and makes that play. Dixon gets 2 yards on the carry, 2nd down and 8. Back to pass now is the Escambia quarterback. He's rolling to the near side, being chased, slips out of the hands and flips that one away. Good presence of mind to get that one out. It is complete to number 88, Jaden Saunier. Saunier pulls that one in. Well, good pursuit down the far side. That's good for a 1st down to officially give him 8 yards on that one. He'll get out there. It is a 1st down out to the 30, 45-yard line. Correction, 2 receivers to the top and to the near side. Here we go. Red team moving. Saunier in motion. Speaking of motion, there is going to be a false start penalty against the West. Looking at some of the players that are out there for the West, that is number 3, Jarius Wright. To the near side, along the top, is number 14, Jamari Evans. Number 80 is out there as well. That's Chance Griffin out of McKinley. And in the slot and in motion, that is that inside handoff trying to get around to the outside is the West team. Good seal block along the outside and driven out of bounds, but an 8-yard pickup for Jaden Saunier. And we'll see hit. 7 yards. We'll see if they call the penalty for a hit out of bounds. It was very close to the edge. Don't know if we can see that one again, as it was pretty close. Can't do it. We'll work on getting our instant replay in there. Dead ball, personal foul against the defense, and that in fact was the call on that hit out of bounds. The tackle was made about 4 or 5 steps out of bounds right there. And that continues to get that red team moving down the field. Coach Mike Bennett coaches Escambia High School out of Pensacola, Florida. And that is where his quarterback is in there. 3 receivers to the near side. Our first look at number 27, Carl Marion Bates, the tight end out of Peabody, is in. Handoff up the middle goes to Dixon. Dixon stiff arming, spinning around the Northern Arizona commit. Picks up another 5 yards on it.
Number 0, Caden Dixon on the carry.
They'll give him officially 5, get it inside the 30 to the 29-yard line. Looks like it's 2nd down and 5 now. Good work. You wondered if the offense of the West was going to be able to keep up with that offense of the East. We'll see how that goes. Right now, they're moving the ball well left to right as you look at it. Handoff goes up the middle. That's a new running back in there. Much smaller running back, but very speedy, is Christian Smith. He is the running back out of Amite High School. Again, we told you early on, he is the younger brother of Devontae Smith. Just as fleet of foot there. Great running back, Christian Smith. Again, 15-minute quarters are being played in this one. East is in the blue, West is in the red. No score. First possession for the red. Snap is back and now rolling, looking to the near side. Going to step up in the pocket, spinning out of traffic. Now dumps it off, looking for Smith, unable to get there. And in the good work back there for the defense, Diego Spears and Jalen Anderson. Dutchtown and Slidell combining to cause a little bit of headache for Anthony Hall. So glad that you are following along with us. Great to have you here on a Saturday night. Memorial Stadium. Catholic High of Baton Rouge plays their home games here. You got a few players in there from the state champions. 11:41 on the clock. 4th down and 4. Staying out there to go for it is Hall in that offensive unit. He's got Christian Ray flanked to his left with him. 3 to the near side, 1 to the top. Snap is back and now rolling. Good pressure up the middle. Hall's got to get out of it. Squares his shoulders, throws that one. And it is out of bounds and incomplete. And that's going to be a turnover on downs. So the first defense that stepped up was the defense of the East. And we'll get that high-powered offense coming out now from the East and take a look at the defensive unit from the West. That we thought this would be the matchup that would tell the tale as we looked at it all week long. You're going to see the quarterback that is from Jesuit that is out there, Bo Perez, will get the start. To the near side, wide receivers, Ray Levi. He's going to be joined out there by number 8. Actually, Omar Butler switches sides. So you've got one receiver. Now they do bring a couple of them over here. That is Granville Anderson III coming along with Levi. Snap is back to Perez. He drops up. He steps up in the pocket. Now he's off and running. Did a lot of that in his time at Jesuit. He's going to pick up 9 yards. Didn't really wait for anything to develop. Saw the middle of the line open up, and he was off and running. It'll be 2nd down and short outside the 35 to the 36-yard line. A couple of starters across that offensive line, 77 and 62. That is Chase Cangelosi. Also, Blaine Savoy is in there. Starting at running back for the East, Douglas Thornton. We told you to watch for him out of Southern Lab. He gets the swing out of the backfield. He's going to have to pick up some room, and does. Gets the first down. Threw it about 8 yards behind the line of scrimmage, but was able to run forward and get the first down. And that's what you want to do if you are either the offense is your first one out. You want to go out and move those sticks. That just gives you a little bit of momentum. These teams will switch series with their players. There's no really first team and second team, kind of a 1A and 1B. They rotate in a bunch of superstars. Perez looks over at the offensive unit. 4 receiver set, 2 to the near side, 1 to the top. Back to pass again. Didn't do a lot of this, but that's that arm. He zings it out there, just unable to hold on to that one. Was number 5, DePass, Dartavian DePass out of Peabody. Boy, he DePass and that young man from Lake Arthur both have a lot of speed out there. Stop of the clock there on that incompletion. 2nd down and 10, 39. Have to get out near midfield for this one. New running back there, and we'll try to keep up. That is Braden George out of Episcopal here in Baton Rouge. 2 to the near, 2 to the top. Handoff does go to George. George being chased down by that linebacking core that we talked about. In on the stop for the Red, Jalen Harris is there. Also Ryan McVeigh in on the stop. Also in on that one, number 9, Hutch Grace. Hutch Grace out of Calvary there in Shreveport, 14-0 state champs. Third down and 8 now for this team from the East. Perez zips that one in there, and as good of a catch as that was, great tackle instantly on it. That was Jarius Stephen out of Sophie B. Wright that came up and made that entering now for the West. Travell Hamilton, he'll make his way in. A little bit heavier set now that's going in there. And going to be a timeout by the West. We'll keep it here and just kind of settle things in for you as things getting going kind of rapid again. Glad that you are able to tune in and see this one wherever you are. We had the great junior high game a little bit earlier, but there's nothing like seeing these seniors that are out here trying to impress the scouts, the colleges, and just learn from each other along the way. Don't forget, we'll be naming a offensive and defensive MVP of each team when this one is over. And one of the bands in the house that'll be performing at halftime. Ball rests on the 49-yard line. First down and 10. East team trying to get in there. Bo Perez, quarterback out of Jesuit, didn't get an opportunity to throw the ball a lot. We have him as a dark horse MVP of this game. Just throws the ball so well. Just didn't get a chance to. Handoff, though, is there. That is Braden George on the carry. George has it, and he is out maybe just a yard. Gets the ball to midfield. Checking some of the substitutions that are coming in for that West squad. Number 25, Tyler Knighton is in. Ryan McVeigh back in. We'll look and see. Try to get some of the other guys that are out there. Cody Noel Jr. is the near side cornerback. Jalen Harris, one of the linebackers that's there. Perez back in the shotgun on 2nd down and 9, looking over the top, has to tuck it down, escapes trouble, is going to run by one of the linebackers, still on his feet, gets the first down and out of bounds, but not before he gets deep into territory, and they'll swap things out. 33, 34, and 51 coming in. That is Zeke Carwile that goes in. Lawrence Rivers is there. If you saw Zeke Carwile, we talked about him go into out of Alabama, near the Huntsville, Alabama area, was on our first episode of Faith, Family, and Football. That aired. We're going to do some things to it and re-release it. But great interview with he and his dad, Joel, who did the prayer for both of these services. Handoff now, or these games. Handoff to the near side, cutting back, spinning around. And there is, ball comes out, but it was already down. They're whistling it down. Carwile was in on that. That was a carry by James Owens. Savion Moses was in there as well. '51 was Lacardius Boatwright out of Independence. He's got some time in there too. Rivers from Chiefland, Florida, comes out on this one. Also in there for the Red, I see Tadarius Wright, one of the DBs out of Escambia. Perez saying some things to the far side to his guys along the way. That's Lance Rumbelow that he's talking to on the far side. Rumbelow is a wide receiver. Rumbelow is a receiver. Now he's got a man in motion. Perez having to get out of trouble and does. Strong arms this one to the far side to his back out of the backfield and almost jumps around. But I'm telling you, that is a tremendous play by Zeke Carwile to keep that from happening and getting any further. And I don't know, as quiet as Carwile is when he's walking around the hotel, when he's on the field, even with the run out, he came out, was probably one of the most amped up players that we have seen. I don't know that his motor ever cuts off. Coming out there, Nasir Hudson, we see him out onto the field. They're going to bring back in Hutch Grace. Hutch and Carwile swap spots out there. Come back over there and get a word from Coach Markel Johnson. Perez now faces 3rd down and 8 from the 31, and that's going to be a timeout. So we'll keep it right here as well throughout pay-per-view. We're going to leave it here throughout the night. We appreciate all of those that have tuned in along the way. All of the money that comes in on that helps to put these games on, and it goes up to Gridiron Football. And continuing with Coach Andy Bryce and those groups. First chance to bring in my cohort in production there, and Chuck. Chuck, tell us about your thoughts on the way the week went.
Buddy, I mean, tell you what, it's been a lot of fun. The week went really good. It was quick. It was fast. we had a lot of screen time, if you will, behind the camera, and then once we got everything loaded up onto the computers, a lot of screen time cutting up film, and we've got tons of film, but we tried to cut it up and find the best stuff out there. And buddy, I'm just telling you, it is to clone or say a saying from one of the other broadcasters that we have, it super exciting, wasn't it?
Indeed it was. Braylon Dusang out of Menard out there, and he's had himself a tremendous week. He finds himself out there at that defensive tackle spot. Play action, fakes the screen. Now the screen is there, but just tremendous work. And that's the aforementioned Carwile that.
And that's Max Carnivus there, wasn't it?
I don't think.
No, it is not.
I
That's
don't
Carlisle.
think that Zeke Carwile's motor ever turns off. You get a good look at the youngster out of Huntsville, Alabama. And I'm telling you, I don't believe he has stopped moving one time. Leading tackler in the state of Alabama last year, and one of the leading all-time. 4th down and 9 forced. And you know that the kickers are the only one wanting them to go for it right here, or wanting them to kick the ball. But Perez and that offensive unit stay out there. He's got Javari Singleton flanked to his left. So rolling to the right side. Now zipping this one over. Don't know if it's intercepted or not. It is. They're going to call that an interception.
This pass is intercepted by Team West.
That is. That's number 4. That's Tadarius Wright. Tadarius Wright gets the game's first turnover. He is out of Escambia. Would have been a turnover on downs if it was an incompletion, but well, you don't worry about knocking it away. Go out there and get that one. You get a good look at that young man from Pensacola, Florida. So both teams had an opportunity for it. Both teams are 0-1 on possessions here. We're 4:46 to go in the first. Going to keep this one and tuck it back in and up the middle, and wow, talk about some linebacker play there. In at quarterback now for the Red, Colin Leger is the quarterback out of Como, and had a chance to talk to Colin a little bit earlier in the week. Actually, we talked to him Friday and asked him, say, hey, how did practice go the first couple of days? It's Wednesday night when we talked to him. He was very spirited. Thursday he said the speed was getting to him, but he said, I got a handle on it now, and he does right there. Picks up 6 on his first carry. Play action now. He's going over the top. My Mingo in and out of the hands was a little high on him. That was intended for the Alexandria senior receiver. Amirion Mingo just overshoots him. Mingo, one of the most explosive playmakers you'll find. 3rd down now and 3. Again, we talked about the linebacker play, and it was on display. But, boy, that front 7 doesn't give Perez much time. White ended up picking the ball off, and here goes Como quarterback Leger in that offense on 3rd down and 3. Snap is back. Play action, zip the ball over the middle, and it's complete. Spun around and knocked down, and that's going to be enough for a first down. Complete out to Kelby Hippolyte. Heard so much about that young man. And just gets the ball out so quick, does Colin Leger. First down for the West. They're out to the 42-yard line, winding down this first period of play. 3:33 to go in the first. Leger calls for it. Handoff's going to go up the middle, spinning around, continuing to move. Going to pick up 3. The defensive unit from the East was back in the backfield pretty quickly, but they were able to get a handle on it. DeAndre Young makes his way back in now at running back, but I'll tell you, that defensive unit of the East, wondered about them, but don't wonder at all. They are playmakers 1 through 11. Back over the top defensively is Jacorian Norris from Tioga. And here's a run by Young to the outside, spun around, and that is Norris that comes up and makes the play. We told you, Jacorian Norris from Tioga, you throw the ball, kick the ball anywhere near him, and he's going to have an opportunity to take one to the house. Comes up from his safety spot, makes that tackle. You don't like seeing your safeties make the tackles. Locked up in a good battle over here. That's wide receiver Gridiron Sampson. And matched up with him is 17, Dwayne Mills. Rolling to the far side is Leger, but good pursuit in the backfield, going to be dropped. So I'll see you, linebacker, and I'll raise you one. That is Landon Lawrence out of Rose Pine coming up, making Coach Andy Bryson very happy on that. You know, Andy from Rose Pine and loves to have those small school kids in there that want to just let the motors run and compete. That's a loss of 6 on the play.
Second down, 16 for Team West.
Second down and 16 now. Ball back inside the west side of the field out to the 48-yard line. Doug Gann bringing you action here for 446 Sports. Here comes pressure. The screen is set up and just in and out. But I'm going to tell you, that was read pretty well by the East team's number 54, Zarian Taylor. Taylor read the screen. The defensive lineman out of Peabody reads the screen and drops back into coverage and blows that up just a little bit. Third down and 16 now. PA announcer Jason Lejeune doing a great job of keeping both sides fired up, east and the west, as they are huddled up on the far side, what is the visiting sideline. We are high atop Memorial Stadium here with 1:45 to go in the first. 3 to the near side. Leger back to pass. Going to step up now, and he's got the legs. Oh, he pulls that one down and just overshoots his intended receiver. Had a pretty good shot at it, intended for Travis Pradia. Gridiron Sampson was who he was looking for there. Had the wrong side of it out, and that's going to be 4th down, and we'll see first punt of the game. Heineke Prevost in there to kick. The long snapper for both sides of it is, we told you that would long snap for both teams. This is Sean Heineke Prevost that's set to kick. Can't see from this side, and that's a high snap brought down, and the punt is going to bounce around the 28-yard line, and it is down there by number 32, Cody Noel Jr. Back deep to receive was Zarek Jones. Zarek Jones, the running back out of Leesville, that was back there. So a lot of defense in this game, and that's what we were concerned about, was the defense always seems to be ahead of the offense in games like these. They'll go in there and they'll make some adjustments. Bo Perez is, and we talked to Coach C.J. Maiden early in the game, and he's going to go first quarter with Bo Perez. He'll go the second quarter with the other quarterback, Samuel Tullis out of Acadiana Christian. The two will rotate in the third, and whoever's got the hot hand in the fourth is going to go and try to win this thing. That's Perez. Snap throw in and out of the hands. Good coverage to the near side. That was Owen Locke who came up. Had a great conversation or two with Owen Locke and of course G-Mac. The two guys, that's right. That is Jaden Gurley McDonald that is there. Gursey McDonald. G-Mac, they call him because the Gursey McDonald wouldn't fit across the back of the uniform of a youth football player. So they had to go with G-Mac and shorten that name up. Had a conversation with Mom earlier and let me a lot of insight from there.
Oh, wow.
Second down and 10. Back to pass is Perez. Pulls that one down, but not in time, and he's going to get dropped in the backfield. See who's in on that, number 10, and
see a shot there from our home field camera. Kind of caught a little bit of that.
10 and 8 back in there for the East. That's Ryan McVeigh, C.J. White, who met at Perez. Boy, these defenses are certainly doing a number here. You see some flashes of some plays that are being made, but the defenses just take you out of it. Third down and 17. Interesting thing about Canada is that they go through their senior year, but have an option. So Locke will actually be back next year. He's classified as a junior, but will be back to play 12B. He gets an extra year. That one is complete to the far side. Going to be brought down after about a 5-yard pickup, and that's going to be a punting situation.
Blessed pass is complete. Number 2, Granville Anderson III.
Pass is complete to Anderson, and Granville's going to stay on to punt here. Denicola will be the long snapper in this one. Again, we told you that he was going to be the long snapper for both teams. Driving Chuck crazy with my camera work. You got
Christian Smith. How's the ground return?
3 men back deep to receive this one. And it'll check up and bounce around. Thinks about picking it up, but doesn't. And it's going to be touched down there by Dante Botley out of Kinder High School. And that will mark the end of the first period. Got a defensive battle in this one. So glad you could join us. No score after 1.
Here at the 5th annual Gridiron Football All-American Bowl Game.
Back to live action we go here, starting things off in the second quarter. And that is the Escambia quarterback, Anthony Hall, looking to go deep. And what a bullet he throws over there. Just overshoots the intended receiver. But you see that arm out of Anthony Hall, quarterback from Escambia. Evans was the intended receiver. So they're rotating quarterbacks throughout the series on the west side. On the east side, they'll do quarters. So we expect that we'll see our first look of the night at quarterback out of Acadiana Christian for the east when we come back out there. And that same tells. Look to the far side. That one is there and taken out of bounds. But the biggest play of the night offensively. First quarter of play, it looks like they're just filling each other out just a little bit, trying to see what is going to work. Hall's got 3 receivers now to the near side. John Michael Sapignaro in there now. He's a receiver to the near side right in front of us. Try to get a look at the other ones as they are right in front of us. Snap is back. Hall's got it. He's got some time. Now he's breaking down. Got to step up in the pocket. Good job of scrambling out of pressure, trying to square the shoulders up, but he is being pursued, and that one is going to be brought down in the backfield. They don't whistle him down, but I'm telling you, that pressure that was put on that time by Corey Leday out of Southside. We told you, looking around the hotel, going around, there wasn't anybody with as much just swagger and energy as Leday had out there too. He's just got that look of somebody that wants to go out and play football and cause some havoc, like a little Tasmanian devil. He's going around there causing some havoc and then gets on out of there. And what a job there, just narrowly avoiding a big sack was Hall. 3rd down and 10 from the 36-yard line. Hall back to pass. Here comes pressure once again. Lets this one fly down the sideline. Underthrows her. No, it's picked off there from the far side. Now going the other way is the east. Got an opportunity down the sideline. Spinning and moving before he's dropped out of bounds.
Anthony Hall's pass is intercepted.
trying to get a look at the number as he is bottled.
Number 23, Mason.
That's 23. That is Mason Warren out of Parkview Baptist here in Baton Rouge. Mason Warren plays defensive back and running back, playing DB in this one. Told you about him. He's got offers from Wayne State and Massachusetts Maritime Academy. Mason Warren coming up with the big time INT in that one. Ball was underthrown. Warren tracked it down, and now he gives his E squad an opportunity. And again, this is our first look at Samuel Tullis. They get it 47-yard line. Snap is back. Handoff goes right up the middle. And just a pickup of a couple. That is number 33, Otis Bates Jr., Delta Charter. Second down and 8.
And 2, brought down by number 52, Caden Chandler.
Second down and 8. Ball rests at the 49-yard line. 13-19 here left in the second. Coming to the near side, wide receiver is Dartavian to pass from Peabody. We told you he's got a lot of speed. They give him a big cushion to the near side. Play action, looking at the option. Tullis gets a late pitch, and the defensive unit comes up and makes a big-time play. That's 47-25 coming up and doing that. Owen Locke is there. Tyler Knighton is there. Scotlandville and Canada making a big run at it there. Owen Locke is active at linebacker, as you'll find, as any of them. He's there, 12:40 and counting. Thought that was such a great touch on this one, playing the Canadian national anthem. Come on there, honoring those young men that have made the trip and all of those that are watching up north there in Canada. Checking in now for the red team, 52, is Caden Chandler. Caden Chandler's back in central Louisiana, Dry Prong. Grant High School is where that young man is from. But before he's able to get in there on a play, timeout is taken from the east. And go back to that interception, Chuck, from Warren a little bit earlier. Mason Warren setting things up. Ball was underthrown, and he has the wherewithal to spot up, look at it, and go back and get it.
Right. He was, you said it all, because I was in the Methodism up here, but you're right. I mean, it generates a lot of excitement for that team over there. And, you know, there's definitely some playmakers that are on that side, and they're proving that to be the fact here, that they are a bunch of playmakers.
Indeed it was, and a lot of times you hear the knock on these DBs is that they play DB because they can't catch. He did a great job of that, and you saw some of that 4.640 speed on display as he starts making his way down the sideline and sets this East team up. We'll see if they can pay that interception off. 3rd down and 7. Ball rests in plus territory for them at the 49-yard line against that big 4-man front. Tullis back to pass, gets that one in there. Innan trying to make a man miss down there on the inside. We'll see who has that. Coming up at the bottom of the pile is number 84 for the East. That is Josh Lloyd out of Tioga.
I got to give him a little shout out there and put him up.
Number 33, Lawrence Rivers, and number 50.
Tioga Chuck, part of that Tioga crew that covers that game. So he's very familiar and a teacher at Tioga. So he certainly knows that young man well. Grant Denicola is the long snapper out of Dutchtown we told you about. Grant Denicola, the only long snapper. He will snap both ways. When we interviewed him, we talked to him, and he said, look, he just realized at 8 years old, he could snap at 12 yards, and has turned it into a pretty good craft here.
He really has. Getting a lot of practice here today.
Anderson will kick this one away. It's high and coming to the near side. Will bounce around and take a East roll. It's bobbled around. East is going to come up with the ball as that snap was bobbled. And coming up and picking that up was number 20. That is Dante Botley. Dante Botley comes out of it, and that was an ill-advised attempt by the West number 23, Christian Smith, trying to make something happen and didn't do that. And now it's going to be. We'll take a look at the BU Designs instant replay as that ball is bouncing around and you wanted to just let it go, and there it was, but you see Smith unable to hang on to it. And there's Botley, Johnny on the spot of getting that in. And now this West team defense is going to be tested. It is first and goal from the 10-yard line. Boy, the nose of the football just on the outside of the 10-yard line as we sit and the clock rolls at 10:56 and counting. We'll see what Samuel Tullis and that group are able to do. As he got in there at running back, looks like Braden George, number 4, snaps back. Handoff there, goes up the middle from the 5 and down to the 4-yard line, banging around, looking for the game's first points. Coming back in now for the West, 10-42. That's McVeigh alongside boy, this front seven's got a bunch in now. Tullis handoff again to George, and there's that front line. They come up, and that's what we told you about, but George is not giving up, banging around and grinding those legs. Trying to get in. We move to the 10-minute mark. 3rd down and goal.
Our on-the-field guy, brother-in-law Brett there, doing a great job of trying to get in there and getting some on-field camera work for us.
I think Brett's maybe in the huddle with those guys doing such great work. Brett, we appreciate the work, and you won't see this until later, but when he's out of the cold and up here.
Yeah, when he gets his foot to rest a little bit.
That's right. At halftime, we'll let him have halftime off.
You know, he may just choose to sit down there instead of come up here.
I would. Great work inside there. 9.5 to go until halftime. 3 and 2 and 1 on the play clock. Not going to get one off, but they'll call a timeout. Prior to it does the East. And, well, I'm telling you, Chuck, just ill-timed attempt to pick that ball up. You know, the punts are live. You can't get after the punter, but they are live. Tried to pick it up and just took a bad bounce. And Botley was able to get that and really set the East up with some good territory.
Yeah, he did a great job. Both teams showing a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of wherewithal and a lot of just go get them. You know, they're just really out here just getting it, and it may be just because it's the big first half, you know, halfway-ish through the first quarter, and they're just excited to be here, but they are definitely showing that excitement out here on both sides of the ball on both teams.
Indeed, they are. One of the biggest plays in the game here, this 3rd down and goal from the 3. Tullis has George behind him. That's Braden George. Dots the eye. Motion comes in. Actually, they're just switching sides. A lot of movement over there as they settle in, ready to go. Handoff is going to go to George one more time. Look at that defense stringing along. George, not to be denied, gets into the end zone. Braden George, touchdown East team. First one comes at 9:15 into this game.
Check out this nice handiwork by a switch over to our on-field camera when we looked at it.
There's George getting his way around the linebacking core, and you see him up the hill and into the end zone. Goes Braden George for the game's first score, and everybody dancing here in the stands after that one. On to hold is Josh Lloyd. And that extra point is up, and it is good. On with the extra point. That is number 50, Jackson Cordial out of Franklin Parish. But the 3-yard touchdown plunge by Braden George does that. It all comes off of the botched punt. Muffed punt, if you will. Botley falls on it. It's paid off by Braden George, and this thing is 7-0. Boy, it felt like we were right down in there with them, didn't it?
It really did. You know, Brett's doing a great job of getting us some good camera work down there.
So if you're just in here joining us now, this is that XFL rules on the kickoff. Can't block from the distance. You don't get a big running start at it. You got 2 guys back, and that's your choice. The rest of them are up there on the 30 and 35-yard line. When the ball is caught, that's when you're able to go and block for it and take off. This one high to the 5-yard line. It is caught, so the blocking begins. Now coming to the near side, working his way around. Look, I'm telling you, Chuck, I didn't really have a good look at this before, but I ain't mad at it. Jamari Evans comes up there. Don't know that you'll see the big run backs, but I don't mind that there's not the long runs and just the head hunting and the blind side blocks or any of that.
Yeah, it's kind of like the free throw shot in basketball where you can't move. Like if you're the shooter, you can't move until it hits the rim.
Well, you haven't seen it. It's just been 2 kickoffs that we've seen, but there's been no block in the backs, and it seems like you see that on every play.
Right, all that run down.
New quarterback in, and that puts it
turf
onto the ground, spun around, and this is going to be trouble and really nowhere to go. There's a little bit of a block in the back. Spun around.
Oh, my goodness.
That's right on cue. That is number 1, Jacorian Norris, coming up head hunting. And we told you all week long about the play of Jacorian Norris. And welcome back from that young man.
There he is. I was looking for him on the field.
Well, he'll let you know where he's at with the way that he plays. And I'm telling you, if you could put the camera and look deep into my eyes, don't throw the ball or kick the ball anywhere near him. He's got end zone on his mind anytime that he is out there.
Yeah, quarterback, number 5, Colin Leger.
Leger in there at quarterback. 2nd down and 11. Snap is back. Leger looking to go over the top. That one's going to be picked off, yeah. Saw that. Oh, that's actually, no, coming. He was just coming back for it. It looked like, that's well, that's Chance Griffin. The way he had to come back for the ball, almost forgot, and that's getting these jersey numbers. So before any of you folks comment about how big of a goober I am, we already know that. So if it's self-promoted, it's okay. 3rd down and 1. West team trying to go down and answer this. They've got 7:42 on the clock and counting. Look like you're going to have offsides, and it may have caused the motion. I think it's offsides. Oh, they call a false start against the Red Town. Boy, that changes the playbook so much when you go from 3rd and 1 back to 3rd and 6. 7:37 to go until halftime. Crowd's enjoying a good one here tonight. This one's been a lot of fun. Yeah, it is. Kudos to Coach Andy Bryson and Coach Marcus Randall and all the people that work year-round to bring this exciting football to you. Leger calls for the ball, fakes the handoff, and that one is thrown.
That was almost intercepted, too.
It was. He was looking that time for Chance Griffin on the slant, but unable to get that. And Denicola now will come back in there to long snap.
I got that instant replay holding from that big hit.
Yeah, let's go back and look at that one from Jacorian Norris here. So you see, moving around, that was kind of a wildcat snap is what it was. Leger wasn't the quarterback there, but he breaks out of it and continues to roll around. And here comes big Jacorian Norris. You think that's not going to be cut up for a highlight? Goodness gracious.
Go figure, huh?
Might not make it back to Alexandria without that one being done. Oh, Chuck will be asleep. That kick is up.
Whistle's blowing.
See who that is back deep. Returning kicks. Good arm on him, though. For the blue team, that is number 81, Lance Rumbelow, the wide receiver out of New Orleans and Kenner Discovery.
I don't know what the penalty of this arm across his chest is against blue.
Look like illegal substitution. And that'll get them their 5 back that they lost on the false start. Still don't know that that's enough for them to go around and do that. But
offense backing out.
Yeah, so they did. They made it just a yard, and now they'll send. May need to get a 10. Now you got plenty of time on it. And that'll start the play clock.
At 25.
Coach Mike Bennett letting his offensive coordinators and letting his coordinators. Boy, we had a great time. Chris Towery out there working with the offensive line. Out of Pineville, now over at Bridge City. As spirited as a coach as you'll find. This is the first one. And that's going to bring Leger out there. He's got the big fullback out there with him, Javane Reese, the bigger one out of Northwest High School. And these guys are known for running the football. Boy, you get Javane in there and give him. They'll take a timeout. And let's go back and talk about it. So it was 3rd down and 1, had the penalty, and it went sideways, the incompletion. We've got to punt it on 4th down and 6. Then the penalty the other side. If it gets it back to 4th and 1, hey, let's go out there and get the big guy a shot at running the ball in and getting this one.
Right. I mean, and why not? Let's. Now, I do have a question at this point in time.
Shoot.
With it being 1 yard, I don't remember the rule, if you do, about if it's allowed to do a quarterback sneak. I'm thinking no.
Oh, I believe you can.
Okay. I just wonder if they would let him get under center and do the tush push kind of thing.
Thought about it, but you get big number 44 in there, and a running back from out of that Opelousas area at Northwest, who had a big semifinal game against Opelousas, the eventual state champion there.
True.
But you go out there, and Javane Reese, he goes 5'7", 195. Give the big fella a chance to bust through there behind that offensive line, and there is Leger and Javane Reese out there. Keep an eye on number 44 in the backfield, and let's see what he's able to do. Well, they can fool everybody in play action and just roll Leger out on a bootleg.
He's trying to get him in position.
Look, they may be moving him up and running a little trickeration. They don't do it. 6 and 5 on the clock. Leger doing a good job, and Leger's going to keep it. Good blitz up the middle, but Leger still grinds his way out for a 1st down. Was hit by a couple of players in the backfield, but there was no stopping him now. And look at Leger get up, and he's fired up. And I told you, when I talked to him yesterday, he said, look, day 1 was tough. That had been Thursday. He says, but I got it figured out, and I got my swagger back. And indeed, he does. Colin Leger with the big-time run to get that tough 1st down yard.
Give him one of those.
There you go. I think the filling out period is over with. These guys are banging around and going and getting it. 2 receivers to the near side, to the top. 1st down and 10. Here comes motion. Leger pulls out when he's going to roll to the other side with it, trying to make things happen. And no, he gets banged around down there.
Number 35.
Firing
there.
through is 35, and making that play is Landon Lawrence. Also coming up to finish off, Jalen Anderson. The West is in red. The East is ahead 7-0 in this one. Getting that updated on our scoreboard. Chuck's doing a lot of different work on there, so hang in there with it. But it is 7-0. East leads this one.
And Doug, I don't know if you noticed, there's a band out here.
Indeed, they are. Right down in front of us. 2nd down and 10 from the 39-yard line. I'm sure those at home hear it as well. Here comes motion. Leger was looking for that. Now he's going to have to step up in the pocket. Flips it backwards. Ball's on the ground, and it's going to be picked up by the East now, and they're going to feed off of that 2nd turnover. See who picks that one up. Shaking up a little bit
97.
when he does that, but that's 97 from the blue. That is Blair Russo out of Catholic of Baton Rouge. And Chuck, you and I talked about it earlier. Those guys out of Catholic of Baton Rouge just ran around at a different speed out there. They really did. We saw several players. And, of course, they play their home games here at Memorial Stadium. So the East now has 2 turnovers. One was at the 10-yard line, so it was deep. This would be considered deep had they not started a drive on the 10, and that was certainly deep.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
A lot of Netflix being watched in the stands tonight and all of those. Or maybe they're watching the game, and we just don't know what they're doing. Back to pass now, a little shoulder pump fake, being chased down, and there's that front 7 that we told you was doing work. But the offensive work that is being done, that we told you was Tullis. I'm telling you, there's just a lot of grit. We said it would be the offense of this East team against the defense of that West team, and that would be the indicator. Kind of saw that from the way that these guys were practicing first time around early Thursday morning, which seems like just weeks ago, but was just a couple of days ago.
And I know
85 and 81. Sorry, Chuck. 85 and
Go
81
ahead.
to the
Keep
near
going.
side. That's Rumbelow and Scott to the
Snap
near
is out.
side.
Oh, my goodness.
There's that defensive line coming up and making some things happen. See who climbs off of that first. That is number 13 of the red. Nasir Hudson is there.
Here's a replay of it, Doug. Just so
Now
you-
let's take a look so maybe we can see that just a little bit. Good switch on the camera work as you see just firing up the middle, and there it is. And coming off, look, it was going to be either one of those young men that were going to do it. Coming off the side was number 8, C.J. White. Also, that makes it 3rd down, and just might as well be 10. It's just a small bit away from that 10, so we'll still mark it at 3rd down and 10. Good work by the defense of the West. Fake the blitz. Can't blitz here. Pitch to the far side. Gathering some yards and made it through the initial front line, but brought down. That was number 12 that's carrying that one, James Owens. James Owens, a running back out of Pine High School, and it's going to be 4th down now.
Tackled by number 16, Javon Bell.
It would be a 46-yarder from here, so I think that the East is content to either try to get it the way their defense has worked. Let's see what they're able to do.
Down and 6.
Just a side note, the East team, a couple of their coaches, Coach JT and Coach Collins, Coach James Taylor and Coach Collins, are 5-0 in this. So just never know. They're all rolling out. Good coverage down the side. And that's exactly what you expect. Look, that is 32 that's back on coverage. You talk about the front 7, but I'm going to tell you, Cody Noel Jr. out of Breaux Bridge saved what would have been a sure touchdown, and was in the receiver's pocket the entire time. And man, what a ball game Coach Andy Bryson and his group have put together here.
They really have, and these kids are definitely fired up because of being able to be here with Gridiron Sports.
And I
Gridiron
don't-
football, sorry.
And I don't
only
say that
sports
just
night.
because Andy walked into the place with us, but what a ball game. And look, Coach Marcus Randall. So we've got Team Andy and Team Marcus here. Back to pass. Now stepping up in it is Hall, but he's going to be met by that front line and drop there. Big time work inside. That's Demarion Dupas out of Marksville that comes up and makes that play. Boy, that, and I don't want to go over it, but we told you it was going to be the defense of the West versus the offense of the East. But this defense of the East has just risen to everything. They're throwing a shutout here with 2:39 and counting until halftime. Anthony Hall back to pass. Quarterback from Escambia throws a little screen out. That is complete. That is complete down to the near side, and Ray Levi.
All passes complete. Number 3, Ray Levi. On down for stop by number 7.
Correction, that is 3. That is Jarius Wright. Jarius Wright has that. Spread formation, 2 to the top, 2 to the near side. West trying to get this thing back together. Hall sets up the screen very well. It's going to be complete to the near side. Got some running room. Good blocking. Spun around. Going to be another 1st down. Clock will stop momentarily. Pass is complete to Kelby Hippolyte. And if you've heard the coaches talk about anybody, Hippolyte, let's go back to the VU Designs instant replay. Back to pass now is Hall. You'll see that screen set up. Had good pressure coming, but Hippolyte able to get that. Hits the circle button, spins around, gets a couple extra yards. And that'll be a 1st down. The West on the move. 1st down and 10 from the 45-yard line. Hall looks over the defense, checks his 2 receivers to the top. Back to pass, straight drop back. Here comes pressure, and that's where it was just a minute ago. And goodness gracious, I hope Hall didn't get hurt on that one because he looked like he landed kind of awkwardly. Jalen Anderson out of Slidell just came down on him, and goodness, we'll have to look at that. That young man out of Escambia went down pretty hard, so we'll take it away from there. Don't like to show anybody that's been injured. We'll get out of that. Go back and look at it, and just on the play a little bit earlier, the same thing. Jalen Anderson had fought through and almost blew up the screen just a little bit. So While this is going on, that timeout's there just before half. Chuck, let's take that headset off and let's talk to Coach Andy about this just a little bit and see. Oh, we'll talk to Marcus. Let's get joined up in the booth by Team Marcus and Team Andy, and we've got Marcus Randall in here. And Coach, tell me about this game.
Man, it's a great game. It's a great atmosphere out here, man. We seeing some big-time players making some big-time plays out here right now. Again, man, we got guys from all over that came ready to compete. And, man, we saw them practice well all week long, and now we're getting to see the final product of it right now. Indeed we are, and some of the highlights that we've seen, these guys throw the ball, but Leger has came out, the quarterback that's down from Como, came in there, had a rough one on his first play. Talked to him yesterday, and he said, look, Thursday was tough on him on practice. It looked like the game was a step ahead of him. He says, but I got it figured out. And he's come out here and played his tail off tonight. You're just seeing a lot of different players make big plays. Right. And I've been knowing Leger for a while. You know, he went through a shoulder injury there a couple years back, and now you see him battling back. And then, I mean, he's a competitor, though, as you can see. He came out on, like you say, Thursday, early up in the practices, kind of struggled some, but I knew once the lights come on that he's a gamer. Indeed, he is. Saw Jacorian Norris had a pretty big hit. The young man from Tioga came up and put a good stop on. The running is we had Mason Warren with that interception down here, too. So guys are just making plays. And that's what you're looking to see when you have an All-American game like this with guys that's been the man, you know, in their respective programs. And when they come out here and, like you say, that they get a chance to shine, and man, their stands are packed with people, and you got scouts out here, so everybody's trying to make plays. You hear a lot of times that defenses generally have the edge when there's been a layoff from the regular season. Do you think that's what you're seeing out here tonight? Or is it just there's a lot of talent on the defensive side of the ball? Well, I think both defensive lines have some great players, and we saw that all week long, too, as well. Both coaches, as I was talking to them through the practices, both of them was, you know, kind of telling me the same thing. Well, Coach, they're not going to be able to stop our defensive line. Coach, they're not gonna be, and we kind of seeing that right now. And, you know, offense takes chemistry. So I'm looking to see more big plays made in the second half from the offensive side of the ball. Well, you see Anthony Hall getting back up and coming off. He's getting some help, but certainly glad to see that young man up and coming off of the field. He is one of those that came over from Escambia and in Pensacola with Coach Mike Bennett, who has been a mainstay in this for the last couple of years on there. Got a chance to talk to him a lot to me. Tell me what the connection means to you guys to have somebody like Coach Bennett continuing to pour into what you guys are doing. Well, when Coach Bennett came on a few years back, and he jumped in, and we built a great relationship with him. And I have a guy like that has the pedigree he has, that has the longevity that he have in high school sports and just sports just in general. You know, to have him on board, man, that's big time for us. Away from the game, you had the 7-on-7 on Thursday night. Gabe was there, Singleton was there, Chris Clark was there. A number of guys pouring into these young men. Football aside, we'll get back to that in just a second, real quick. Getting back, Colin Leger back in there. We'll get back to Coach Marcus in just a minute. Second down and 25 to go. Leger back to pass. He's going to do it with his legs, as he normally does. If he can get away, oh, no. Big-time work coming up from the far side of it, and that have to get twisted around here is number 11. Number 0 is coming up in Isaiah Grant. Speak to me about that young man out of Newman, Isaiah Grant. He seems like he's just been all over the place. Right, and a guy like that, when he first hit the roster, man, we knew we had a player coming down. Yeah. And he's been in a great program, Newman. I mean, you know, if you know anything about the Mannings, you know that's the Newman place. I mean, I think I heard some of the guys calling him Mannings all week long. Indeed, they were. And look, his smile never left his face. Right. He enjoyed it the entire time. Dixon is back in there, the All-American running back out of Texas. Oh, here's pressure again, and goodness gracious. That's that defensive line. Yeah, that's Diego Spears out of Dutchtown coming up and making that. And look, all the talk was about that West defense. That East defense is maybe hurt a little bit of it. Oh, yeah. like we said, I mean, I'm looking for more plays from the offense in the second half. But as you can see, just like the coaches told me, both defensive lines are playing at a high level. But right there, we saw Diego Spears coming out of Dutchtown, a guy I've been seeing watch since middle school.
Yep.
Knew he would be this kind of player.
Well, that gets us to halftime, but I want to get back to the question that we talked about before we get there, and while everything is getting ready for halftime. 7-on-7. You had those guys talking some real talk. It was 7 coaches talking for 7 minutes, feeding into the lives. Football was the vessel for it, but it was just an opportunity to talk more into the lives of these kids. Tell me about the idea behind that 7-on-7.
Well, anytime you can have guys come in, and this is our second time doing it, second year. And when we can get guys to come in and not only coach them up on the field, but also coach them up in the game of life, man, that's what it's all about. Because as those guys spoke about, man, the air going to go out the ball for all of us at some point. And then who you going to be once that happens?
Right.
Did you use the game and get everything that you needed to get out of the game? Learning all those things and just pouring wisdom and knowledge into those guys. And that's what it's all about.
One thing I took out of it was that Gabe isn't afraid to give you his opinion, is he? He'll let you know about it. And his solution was to put more ballers into politics.
And he made some great points there. I know growing up, I thought you had to have certain credentials to even run for political offices and stuff like that. So to be able to even give the kids that and just to open their minds up to see, because I mean a lot of them probably don't know that either.
That's right.
So just to open their minds up and just to get them thinking that way right now, because those are your leaders, those are your future leaders, those are your future lawmakers, and if you want to make change, then that's a great place to be to make change.
Look, and it was nice of you to take them by your house last night too. I mean, you all went to LSU, and I mean, that's your place.
Right. So, man, that was a great thing. I heard a lot of the parents, a lot of the kids enjoying that they never been. Some of them never been to college games.
Right.
And definitely some of them had never have been to any LSU game. So that was a big thing, baby. Show them somewhere where I'm at, a place that gave a lot to me.
Right.
And to be able to go out there and we had a blowout win.
Well, we're excited about the success that this has gone. This is year 6, and look, the magic of Coach JT and Coach Collins still alive. The East team has a 7-0 lead in here. What's Team Andy gonna do? I mean, I'm not saying that the draft might have been a little rigged for the West team, but come on.
Well, when you see, you got to know what you're looking for when you talk about drafting.
That's right.
Yeah, so I knew it go, Andy watched a little more film than me, and he has, okay. And he has, you need me? Okay.
All right, yeah, they're going downstairs to look at things. So, if you need to go down there with him, we understand that, and we'll. We're going to sit back and let you watch some of the sights and sounds here at halftime. Don't go anywhere. We're about 12 and a half minutes away from getting back into the second half of this one. I am Doug Gann alongside of Chuck Perkins, 446 Sports, bringing you the 2023 Gridiron All-American Bowl. And back here after halftime, we go 2 minutes until things get kicked back off. Hopefully, as you're watching wherever you're at, you're not one of those people that give up on games at halftime. This is a great battle that we are watching, the East and the West going toe-to-toe in this one. You have seen some great plays. The interception by Mason Warren that led to one of the scores. That was actually the score that did it was down at the end. That 5 carries on the night for Braden George. He has the 1 touchdown and sprints to the corner, runs up the hill. You saw it, couldn't even tell there was a hill until we went down onto the other camera that was there. But man, Fairweather, come on now, stay in there, guys. This is going to be a spirited final 2 quarters of play, 2 15-minute quarters remaining in here. East team has the lead in this one, 7-0. East team trying to sweep today's ball games. The junior high middle school one was 24-14 win from the East squad in that one, and those 14 points came late in that one. It was some big plays by the middle schoolers. Davenport was the young man that was there. We'll check on Hall and see if we can get something on the young man, Anthony Hall, out of Escambia. But it looks like Colin Leger may go the distance now for that West team. Hall was hurt and won't speak to his injury at all. We just don't do that by any means. But hopefully that young man is back up and going, and certainly prayers to him. He was taken down hard by number 7, Jalen Anderson, but it was just a football play that was made on that sack. What does the West team have to do in this one? I think they just got to get back. Not a lot of stats to go over, as this has been a defensive-minded game, and we knew that we thought it would be like that. Chuck joins us up here in the booth, and Chuck, well, what do you see these offenses need to do here in the second half to get things turned around?
The most absurd keys to the game that I ever heard and uttered out at one
Was
point
from
in time.
Nick?
Well, I don't know if it was Nick, but somebody, I believe it was Billy.
Okay.
Score more points than the other team.
Yeah, that was Billy, all right.
So yeah, I mean, but what they are playing so hard, so fast. You can see offensively and defensively they are quick. They have been well prepared because this is a defensive battle, but it is not a boring game.
Now, you've had 2 turnovers in there committed by the West. I think they cleaned that up. That led to the 1 touchdown. It was 2 short fields that did it, and the West defense couldn't keep them out from the 10-yard line when that drive started right there. But watch for Colin Leger to get rolling and get into some momentum and get things going and try to lead this West team back there. I still think there's a little bit of defensive magic out of that group to happen. But Coach Chris Towery, we saw him talking to that offensive unit out there. He's coaching the offensive line in this year's game. Lot of football left in there, and goodness, nobody gets to give up at halftime on any of this. This is going to be a big one. XFL style rules. They'll line up 5 yards apart from each other in this one. I'm telling you, we've got 30 minutes left of what has been a magic week.
And to tell you what, this battle of the bands, or the band that showed up tonight, has been rocking it.
Yeah, they played nonstop in it.
And they have put on a great show and sound phenomenal.
Look like they're the band for the blue team, as they've got the blue uniforms on with the red trim. So that might be a little bit of it, too.
This true. That very well could be. I'm trying to see where they're lining
East,
up here. So
by way of deferring in the first half, will spin around, and they will be set to receive Sean Heineke Prevost out of Heights High School in Houston, Texas. He's a 6'2", 170-pound senior kicker, is set to get things going here, and he will kick Back deep to receive for the blue. That is Zerick Jones out of Gina High School. Coach Roark would be proud of his young man, Zerick Jones, that is back there. A couple of 1,000 yards rushing for that young man. And just love the XFL style. That kick from Heineke Prevost is up there. Zerick Jones has it at the 5, and the two teams will come together kind of like a joust. There goes Jones. Oh, he's tripped up. Good stop defensively by the red team's number 12, Jalil Matthews, Terrebonne High School defensive back. You know, I'm not too opposed to schools going to that XFL style of play right there.
I wonder just how many, not just penalties more so, but more so for injuries that it actually saves, like you mentioned earlier. I do like it.
Bo Perez back in there. He played the first quarter. They were rotated every 2 series. We talked and spent some time with Coach C.J. Maiden. He's a longtime coach in this area and actually played at the Naval Academy, was recruited by Admiral Belichick. Yes, Belichick. That is Bill's dad. There's a pass over the top from Perez, trying to shoot for it, and that's going to be a pass interference. And what did we tell you in high school rules? If they're not going to spot foul it, if you beat, tackle them.
That's right.
Now, Perez testing that arm, he did go out in double coverage and throw. But the only way that you're going to stop that is to make it a spot foul. But I don't know that that's ever going to happen. But if it's something that's like that where there's a tackle made, if it's just, but you can't discern between the two of them. Anyway, they gets the ball out to the 40-yard line following that penalty. So Perez showing off an arm that didn't get displayed very much during the season as the folks at Jesuit ran that football and ran it well. Don't get me wrong, but you're really seeing arm on that young man. D'Lo joining us. Yeah, D'Lo joining us for a moment there. First down and 10. Like maybe we have didn't see a timeout signaled, so not sure what the holdup here. Long way from when we started this thing in August of this season. It was 110 degrees, maybe 100 degrees
yes.
For a few days. Yeah, it's
it's been a complete change. It's a seasonal sport. How about that?
Yeah, indeed it is. Playing football in December. The last weekend of December, last weekend of 2023. 24 just right around the corner. Again, the Johnson Law Group has been so big and so beneficial in helping the Gridiron football. JLGlegal.com. Check them out if you need anything. That help is there. And so now we understand why the delay is on the field.
Why is it?
They're hanging out because they brought the stretcher out, and while it's on the field, they're not going to take an opportunity to run that. They're going to take young man that was injured in and get him checked out a little bit and see what's going on there. And so until that portion of it is cleaned up or cleared up rather, they're going to do that. So due to just all the rules that you have, everything that goes on, we won't speak to anything that is going on, but our thoughts and prayers with that young man, as he did go down pretty hard on that one.
And keep him in your prayers, please, from wherever you're watching from.
Yep, absolutely. Now they'll get back once that's got set up and going. First down and 10 from the 40, back to action. Bo Perez in there, fresh off of that pass interference penalty. Handoff goes right up the middle. Good piece of running there. We'll see who carried that one. That is Singleton, number 15, that has that Javari. Leday comes up for that West team defense. Now, this is where the West team's got to come out. If you're Bo Perez and that offensive unit here, now you've got to continue just to grind and go down. your defense is throwing a shutout. If you can get a couple of scores in there, Leger will be the only quarterback available for the rest of the way. We do know that. So he'll be able to get into a little bit of a rhythm. The Como High star out of the Lafayette area, but right now it's Bo Perez in that offense for the East. And here comes pressure up the middle. Good work in the backfield, and they're going to bring Perez down, and that is a big play. Number 25, Tyler Knighton, defensive line out of Scotlandville.
Perez is set for a big loss by number 25, Tyler Knighton.
Tyler Knighton says, "Hold on a minute. Let's get that yardage back on here. 3rd down and 10 now, back to what is the original line of scrimmage. East has the lead in this one, 7-0. That was a 3-yard plunge by Braden George. That West defense trying to hold on here. Getting a look at some of the others that are in there now. See across the line, number 99, Braylon Dusang is in there. He's at that nose tackle spot. Pressure up the middle, coming in. Perez feeling it. He's rolling. He's letting that arm fly and coming up and making a big-time play. There was number 45. That is Alex Simon out of Como. Peabody's DePass was the intended receiver. As you see that pressure come up, and that was not from necessarily defensive, but it knocked the offensive lineman back in. But that's a good job by Simon out of Como to come up and do that. This is where the touchdown kind of originated. It was on a punt earlier that was an ill-timed pickup that Botley was able to fall on around the 10-yard line. That is the most spread out punt team that I have seen. Smith back there again, deep to receive. He's got a couple others with him. That kick is high and don't believe it's going to be returnable. But, yeah, they'll come up and get it. Trying to get something happening there. Now 35 out to the 40. Just a step away from breaking something. But that was good work by number 34, Gabriel Leslie out of Rose Pine. Those Rose Pine guys have really been playing some ball tonight.
They have showed up and showed out.
First down and 10. Colin Leger and that group. Again, we told you that Leger will go the rest of the way. He has the big running back in there with him, Caden Dixon, flanked off to his right. And we really haven't seen Dixon get out and do anything tonight. A couple of 1,000 yards the last 2 seasons for him. Committed to Northern Arizona, where he'll go play his ball up around that Sedona area. Snap is back. Dixon's going to have a chance at it up the middle, but that in front 4, front 7, front 11, if you will. Everybody in on that one for the East squad. They're saying they came out of there with the ball, but the whistle was blown.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ball came out about 5 yards past the original line of scrimmage. Forward progress got him up to the original line of scrimmage, and in fact, they'll give him now just the nose of the football over there, so negligible amount on the gain. Amirion Mingo in the slot now. Leger has it. Play action. Going to the slot. That ball is caught in traffic. What a big-time play there. And that was Amirion Mingo out of Alexandria. Took his team. And watch my Mingo go up. And we've seen him do this from Ty Feaster a number of times. That stop was made by number 20, Dante Botley. He's the one that recovered the fumble earlier. Boy, you get Mingo in the slot, and he's going to go up and make a catch. Leger this time keeps it. He's trying to get out to the outside, use those legs, dives forward for a first down. And that's the kind of rhythm that we told you we thought that he would be able to go into. And I tell you that because sometimes when you're rotating folks in and out of there, you might go over to the sideline and get tight. You might, no telling what could happen. But, boy, you look down on that line of scrimmage.
Now we'll do the change for Team West.
Might be a little too tight on that shot. Yeah. We'll adjust that and pull back out of that one. 11-10.
Tell if he needed to blow his nose or not almost.
4 minutes into this one, 1st down and 10 across the midfield line. Go the West. Leger pointing out and sending a man in motion now, looking at the screen. Leger's going to step up, but he steps right into the hands of the big interior line. And we'll get an idea on who that is. Looks like helmet's gonna come off, so he's gonna have to go. That was Diego Spears. Jalen Anderson's helmet comes off, and so he's got to come out. But another 5-yard loss.
I guess that's one way to get your moment.
Right. Clock continues to roll. 10 and 12 and 11 and 10 on the play clock. Got to get in there and hustle if you're going to get that play off. You know, the receivers bring the plays in. I don't know that they're going to have enough time to do this, and they're going to run down there and get coach off the field. Leger steps in there, and he's brought down again, and that is just back-to-back plays by number 6. And I'm telling you what, Diego Spears is making a name for himself when it comes to that defensive line. That defensive line is really coming after you. You're going to have to go back and work that slot, work that quick pass, and let these speedy receivers, because we've not seen any of them get out and get going. Running back that's back there with him is Jacoby Jefferson. Jefferson in the backfield with Leger. 3rd down and 13. Snap is back. Leger's got it. He's trying to go down the field. Throws that out. Coming up and making a play. He was looking for Mingo, and
guess who?
Players rolling around over there.
That's Norris.
Yeah.
Over there and
Jacorian Norris on Mingo. Yeah, look, that's what we tried to tell people. Jacorian is that dude. Try to play some field position now. You're doing everything you need to do if you're the East team. You're surviving and holding off and letting your defense go out there and work. And I don't know that anybody really predicted a 7-0 game in this one. Rumbelow is deep to receive. And, boy, this is just as interesting as it comes here. Going to be a catch interference is what it should be. If not, East team recovers that. But, boy, that was dangerous.
very dangerous. He's all up in his face mask there.
You saw Hodges Brown just fire off the line and go down to cover that kick, and was right in the wheelhouse of the return man. We'll see Perez for his second series. Remember, I told you Perez went the first quarter. Tullis went the second, and they'll rotate every couple of series. Was able to talk to C.J. Maiden a lot this week. He is a head coach for Team Marcus.
There's our field camera right down the...
Boy, he is right down the line. He's the one they're checking with to see if he's offsides or not.
Yeah.
Snap is back. Quick hitter to the near side. It is complete. Spun around. Stays in bounds. What a play there. That is complete to number 18.
Number 10.
Dakota, was it 10?
Yes, that's number 10. Oh, it is 18.
That's
You're right.
Dakota Johnson.
I didn't see the little dash
That's
in the middle.
Oakdale's Dakota Johnson. I'm going to mute Chuck again. They call me Dougie Snake Eyes. I can call it for the play stops.
You did indeed.
If you get that movie reference, you know that's why I need my glasses on. First down and 10 from the 33-yard line. Two receivers to the top, two to the near side. Snap is back. Quick throw from the Jesuit right-hander, and it is down and complete, but dropped and right at the line of scrimmage.
21 come out of there with it. Not with it, but part of that tackling frenzy in 16.
Well, just like a hockey line change now there from the West team defense, as they are trying to rotate as many players as they can and stay fresh. 8 minutes to go here in the third quarter. This is a one-score game, 7-0. East capped off a 10-yard drive following that botched punt. 3-yard touchdown run by Braden George back in the early part of the first. Snap is back. Perez looking for the screen, throws that, and it was blown up. These offensive and defensive linemen are just banging around to the. Well, it looked like you had a couple of them run into each other on the far side. Timeout is taken there. Again, big shout out to all of those that are watching along around the country, around anywhere that you're at.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for number 59, Riggs Knights.
Been a great week out here again. Had an opportunity just to visit with so many young men. Lawrence Rivers, of course, we told you about him. He is a linebacker out of Chiefland High School in Chiefland, Florida. Hearing impaired young man, and we had to look at him so he could again read the lips on there. Says that he can't hear the whistle blow to end it, and so he's got to be more aware of what's going on. Had a couple of INTs on the first day. As good of a football player as he is, just a better young man.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, and he just you can see the happiness in his face, and it's not because of all the great smiles, because he does have them, but you can just see there's joy in his whole demeanor, everything about him.
Good couple of pictures of the Central Louisiana group, the Cenla group that was down there. Had probably 13, 14, if not more, kids up here from Peabody and Menard and Tioga and Oakdale and Leesville and Gina and just all over. Grant was in the house. Alexandria was there. Great time by this Cenla group. Carwile having to hustle off the field and just makes it. There's Perez going down the field. Banging around, good coverage again. Look, that pass was intended for number 18, Dakota Johnson, but step for step was Cody Noel Jr. This is just one defensive play after another. Had a moment to speak with Marcus Randall beforehand at halftime, or at the tail end of the second. Was going to ask him what he thought of these defensive games, and was able to catch him off the air. And he said, look, I'm all about the offense. I said, well, you would be, QB. I know you would be. Marcus Randall works here. He's the head coach of Woodlawn. He is the originator of the Bluegrass Miracle that beat Kentucky. Three guys back deep to return this one. Kick is high, and it's going to be returnable here because, the two guys on the end fired off, and there's some room to the near side. Going down the sideline, 40 ran out of bounds, but great work by number 40, and that is Hodges Brown trying to flip the field. The Como connection trying to make things happen. Brown, Leger, and those guys from Como right there in Lafayette trying to get back in here. Easily the best starting field position. What does that East defense have left? I say they got a bundle in them. They have played spirited tonight, but by far the best starting field position that the West team has had all night.
They are not far from where they just kicked the ball from.
That's exactly right. First down and 10 from the 30-yard line. Snap is back, and that was kind of a wildcat that was there.
He did hand it off.
Had John Michael Sampagnaro in there at quarterback out of Neville.
It's at 7 yards, tackled by number 25.
So not a wildcat necessarily. Sampagnaro has played some quarterback up there at Neville too. Handoff goes right up the middle. No, Sampagnaro is going to keep it spinning around. Boy, those Neville Tigers know how to play hard, and John Michael right in there with them. Sampagnaro staying in at quarterback. Got 34 in there with him now. That is Rykeelan Van Zant. Snap is back. Van Zant's going to know Sampagnaro's going to keep it, and he'll get down to the 10-yard line. Our buddy Nick sitting back home giving us some tips, and glad that he is watching back home.
What can I do to improve, Nick?
Savignaro handoff up the middle. That is the big man, and he's rumbling and bumbling, trying to get down. They're marking him into the end zone. Touchdown for the red team. Javane Reese out of Northwest does what Javane Reese does, and that's just run the football with power and get in there out of Northwest. Looking for the equalizing extra point here. This is Sean Heineke. Prevost that will put a foot into this one. That kick is up, and it is good. We are knotted at 7. All of those that wanted to give up at halftime. We are tied at 7. 5:57 to go. Look, a turnover set up the first one. Good field position, and now a punt return sets up the second one. Boy, this is punch and counter punch in this one.
It's so funny watching the teams going out because they know after a touchdown they're supposed to go down here and set up, and not XFL rules.
Look, it
And
confused
kinda
me.
messed them up.
It confused me on the first opening kickoff. I
Absolutely
just thought
did.
nobody knew what they were doing. But again, it was a self-proclaimed dummy here, me, that didn't know what to do. Those of you that go back and watch this one on the tape delay later on, it'll be out there in YouTube world. Make sure you give us a like and a subscribe. We appreciate everything that you guys do. Getting close to that 2,000 mark. A lot of friends from around the country now that we have found. If you've got something positive that you think we've done, send us an email to Doug at 446 Sports. If you've done something you don't like, send it to Chuck at 446 Sports.
Lovely.
5:57.
Just because I have bigger shoulders than you, that's all.
5:57 on this chilly, chilly night. Set to kick this one off is Heineke Prevost out of Houston, Texas. Well, you couldn't want for a better defensively played game in this. Puts a foot into that one, and it comes over to the near side where it's pulled in at the 6-yard line. Trying to reverse field and go the entire other side, having a good chance at it, but coming up and making a big-time block. That was number 11, Zarek Jones, that was out and running. But Caden Chandler from Grand High School had nothing to do with that. Went up and says, now this is going to be where this thing ends. And that's where the East had it before. What is it, about 7 o'clock, Chuck?
Something like that.
Something like that.
Somewhere it is.
Right?
Will start their next drive from their own.
Boy, you look forward to this game starting about January the 2nd or 3rd for the next year. We'll go home and decompress a little bit from this. It has been an amazing week of football. I've had a great time coming up. Christmas, of course, right up the week. That last drive, 4 plays, 30 yards. The touchdown run was by number 44, Javane Reese. Appreciate my man Nick Magnano statting that one for us.
All because they had good camera work, apparently.
All because handoff goes up the middle, trying to break free, running around and not stopping. And that is a great run by Braden George. Braden George trying to grab onto offensive MVP honors. He has the touchdown and now has about 40 yards rushing. .524 and counting here. Third quarter of play from Memorial Stadium in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Capitol just outside our back door. There's George again. Shifty little move. Cuts right, cuts left, and goes up the middle and is going to get 6 yards on the carry. Swapping places is Hutch Grace and Zeke Carwile.
Number 13, Nasir Hudson, and number 51, Macardius Boatwright.
Lacardius Boatwright in there now on that one.
14 East.
Back at safety for the red team is Tadarius Wright.
red team there.
Should be Tullis in there at quarterback now, as it's the third series for the East. Go ahead, Chuck.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're getting right up at the line because the huddle's so close, trying to hear that play coming in.
Toss to the near side. And there goes George trying to get out into the open. Going to be brought down, but not before another big play by Braden George. That on the stop, Ty Williams from Vermilion Catholic.
There you go. BU Designs, it's a replay.
That's right, and we'll see. Watch Braden George, that offensive line just starting to do some work. And Braden George does not get touched until he's about 25 yards down the field. Under 4 minutes to go here in the third, 3:53 and counting. First down and 10 from the 24-yard line. First down and 10, 24-yard line goes to East, and a timeout has been taken. Again, big thanks out to Ultimate Apparel. They supply all the uniforms that are out here, and that's been a long-time partnership. Those guys are doing a great job, and it's always great to see them when they get up here. Johnson Law Group, jlglawgroup.com, JLG. Anyway, I'm going to butcher it some more, so I'll hold off onto it. But anyway, Johnson Law Group, big supporters of Gridiron football as well. Again, Mike Bennett, the head coach of Escambia, is the head coach of this red team from the West. CJ Maiden, Team Marcus, is the head coach for the East. Team Andy, Team Marcus tied at 7. Don't forget, there'll be the presentation of the rings after this. There will be the offensive and defensive MVP of each squad, and we'll do all of that, but we've got a lot of football to go. Best drive of the night for either team. Fakes the toss, and here comes pressure. Oh, that's big time.
Oh, my goodness.
Big time stop up the middle. Wow, that was number 9, Hutch Grace. Hutch Grace out of Calvary, and just watch Hutch never give up on that play. Fakes the toss, and then you just watch Tullis sneak out of it, but there's Hutch Grace to finish him off. You know, there was a story from a Delta Charter game. Young man had got hurt for that time, for them, and Hutch goes to the far side of the field and leads a prayer with the visiting team for the young man that had been hurt. Not only that, but goes to the hospital after the game was over to go check on the man. And you don't teach stuff like that, but just going to be a great leader. Play action, that goes into the jet sweep, but no, that's not going anywhere. That was number 25, Tyler Knighton.
And Doug, I know you tell that story just so people understand. It's not to get pats on his back. It's just to exemplify his character. That's just who he is.
Oh yeah, he did. Look, he didn't alert anybody and say, "Hey, I'm going to do this."
Yeah.
He just goes over there and do that. And we've got a video somewhere, maybe between quarters. If we have that in there, we can pull it up and look at the prayer part of it.
Put that on my list. I'd love to.
Absolutely.
We'll find a way to do that.
Absolutely. Back to pass is Tullis. He's looking, surveying, going deep. Got a man wide open. Oh, coming over and making a play defensively. That was number 40, Hodges Brown. Back in coverage there. Chuck, can you hear the band?
I can. That was number 3. He was his target.
Pass was intended for Ray Levi, and that's going to bring up 4th down. So, you know, you can say that I announcer jinxed him. I guess I told him it was the best drive that either team had tonight. And about that time, I guess the folks on the sideline heard what I was talking about, and the West team came and shut that down. Back on trying to play a little bit of field position here. Coming in to punt for the East is Granville Anderson III, wide receiver and kicker out of University Lab here in Baton Rouge.
I guess there's no fake punts either, huh?
Well, I think you'd be in a lot of trouble if you tried to do it. Snap is back, and this one you're just going to try to kick high and kill it. And if you look at it, bounces around. The red team's got to get out of the way, and you very good job of the return guys to tell them to do that. But you look at the football that is out there. That's
that player over there.
Yeah, he got kind of spun around on the kick return team, but he hops up and gets out of there. Coming to the wrong sideline, though. He may need to turn around and go back the other way. Oh, no, that's the long snapper is who it is. He got spun around in there, and Denicola. And looks like he's got perhaps something with his shoulder because he got slung around by the man that was tied up with him. Comes over to the same sideline. We'll have to get somebody over there and take a look at that. Back out on offense now goes the West team. John Michael Sabanero back in there at quarterback. Boy, that's good work in the backfield by the East team's Diego Spears. And we've been calling Diego Spears' name a lot these last few times. And handoff, gonna keep it, and look, there's just number 7 from the East, and that ball falls incomplete. But between number 6 Diego Spears and number 7 Jalen Anderson, just as solid defensively as you'll find. 3rd down and 11. At quarterback here, John Michael Sampanero out of Neville.
I'm going to get a shout out to this band again, Doug. You know, we had our camera on them earlier. They're not real big, but they are making loud noise here.
Well, they moved My Mingo out to the far side, out of the slot. We'll see if they look over at him. No, Sampanero is going to try to get there with his own legs. He's hung on to before he's finished off. Great work by Peyton McFarland. Coming up, finishing the deal is Caden Taylor. And it'll be punt time. And pay attention now. Keep an eye on Denicola out there, who is favoring that shoulder. He was slung down on that on the last punt that was there.
Because he's a long snapper, right?
Indeed he is. For both teams, because he's the only one that's out here. Snap is back, and it's perfect. Still going down, trying to cover that. Fair catch called for and made out at the 42-yard line. And 15 seconds to go here. 15 minutes and 15 seconds to go, dare I say, in regulation.
Why did you do that?
Right?
Why?
7 apiece. Look, this is one of those that you just really want to see continue to go. This has been a lot of fun here tonight. This will wrap up bowl week for us, 2023. 41-yard line is where the East will take over. Doug Gann alongside of Chuck Perkins. Brett Stallsby down on the field with the huddle cam, I guess you will. He's in there so close to it. Snap is back. Tullis has it. Hand off to the near side. And there goes Braden George. Braden George is just really getting things going. Finally brought down by number 32, Cody Neal Jr. Braden George has got to be nearing 100 yards on the night. We'll get an idea from Nick back home.
He had 10 yards on the play. And now we move the chains for a Team East.
10-yard, and that's going to end things for the third quarter of play. Chuck, somewhere we might have that little video that we talked about.
Yeah.
Did we load that in there somewhere?
I haven't.
As we get off of the Brett cam. There you go.
Sorry about that.
That's quite all right. That's the D-Lo.
D-Lo. That was the one that we got in a text message, right?
Yes, I believe so.
The question is how to get it in here real quick.
Oh, well, thought we had it in there. If not, that's all right. We'll have that cut up and put in there. "15 minutes to go in this one." And what a brawl this has been. These two teams' defenses are just going after each other. Won't be able to have it in there, but we'll get it posted on our site before the weekend is out. That we know that we'll be able to do. Again, we are starting to develop who might be offensive players of the game. Defensive player of the game is just so wide open.
You know, the interception was good.
Yep, interception was really good.
The defensive line and the linebackers crushing through and making sacks has been good.
Snap is back, rolling to the near side is Bo Perez. He zings that ball down the middle and getting up and going, and now it's picked off. That is,
10. $16 maybe.
Looked like he says that was Trayvon Bell, is number 16.
That's it.
Or is that 10?
16. It's got the little gap missing at the top. I see it now.
Yep, that's Trayvon Bell that came over. Just as we start talking about that, that's the young man from Paxson High School, all the way from Jacksonville, Florida. That's 2 interceptions now down on that end of the field, one by either squad. West defense, East offense. We said that would be the battle, but it's been defense, defense, defense. Colin Leger in there at quarterback. The Como star hands that ball off and pounds it up the middle. Leger did it with his legs back in the first, and they're starting to rotate in some of the running backs now with these plays. That is DeAndre Young out of Delhi Charter that comes in there and delivers the play. You're also seeing big Caden Dixon. Well, you have not seen Dixon get on track in this one. Caden Dixon on his way to Northern Arizona is where he'll play his college ball. Snap is back to Leger. There's Dixon. Runs about a 4.5, 4.6 40, so he's got speed and power, size, and great vision out there. It's just been there's been no running room. Braden George really the only running back, and he seems like he has worn people down and found his rhythm for the East team, but then the interception was thrown now.
Right.
What can the West do with it on 3rd down and 7? This East defense has been just dominant tonight in this one. Short field led to both scores. Nobody has been able to sustain a drive. Leger back to pass. Will he tuck it and run? He does. Trying to square his shoulders and going deep down the field. Ill-advised pass out of bounds. Looked like he had room to run for the first, but was trying to go over there, went into triple coverage and the sideline.
32 nearly picked that one off.
32 is Cody Noel Jr.
Number 32,
Correction. Yeah, that's 32 for the blue. That's Colin Coates.
Sorry. Yep.
Out of Catholic of Baton Rouge. Back to punt, and that East defense has answered the bell every single time against this West offense. The one short field touchdown, 30 yards was the West, 10 yards was the East. Rugby style type of punt as it comes over here, and it's going to sit up high and check up there and bounce around at the 47 and roll inside the 45 to the 44. That's where it will be eastbound and down. 13-17 to go in this one. There you go.
Beautiful stuff.
Well, it is getting chilly here high atop Memorial Stadium where we're at. I complain about it when it's too hot. I complain about it when it's too cold. Look, somewhere up north, somebody's sitting around in some 0-degree temperature or what have you.
Right.
All the folks will come out in this weather tomorrow night for New Year's Eve up there in New York where that ball drops and stand around in the cold for that. Well, that's why I live in the South.
You know, in our interview with Carwell's, he mentioned something about not very many people play in December.
That's right.
You know, and the thing was, I thought to myself when he said that, you know, hardly nobody is playing, especially high school. Nobody's playing on New Year's Eve.
Right.
You
Boy,
know,
Florida State didn't play much today against Georgia. They get rolled up in that one. Boy, the transfer portal's a disaster. There goes Braden George spinning around, and they are feeding the hot hand without a doubt. He's going to pick up 6 and get out to midfield.
yeah, the COVID year and the transfer portal has created a mess, I'm telling you.
Last year of the COVID year is this year, so that'll hopefully work itself out. But that dadgum transfer portal is a disaster. It decimated Florida State in that game today. Getting ready for the Tigers a couple of days from now. That'll be fun. 12:41 remaining in this one. A lot of football to go. 2nd down and 4 from midfield. Snap is back to Perez. Overthrows a receiver nearly backwards, but about a yard forward. And here comes a swap in linebackers once again. They're rotating them out of there. You see the group that has Carwile. It's got Owen Locke, and it's got Lawrence Rivers. That's the first time that I think I've seen that combination tonight of those 3.
Ought to be interesting to see how this develops here.
Indeed.
Third and 4, it looks like.
It is 3rd down and 4. Snap is back. It's low. And that's just George. Ball's on the ground. Ball is out. And Carwile's got it. He's going to come up with that. And he's going to point the way to that red end zone there. Carwile just right on the spot. And he goes over there and gets with Coach Markel Johnson.
Almost on cue talking about the young man.
That's right. And look, I'm telling you, you see the fire and the spunk that young man has. Goes over and gives Andy Bryson a hug for that one. That was just a bobbled snap, and then the pressure there got the forced fumble, and Carwile came out of that. And this is about where the red team got the ball to start things off. So that is Sampanaro in there at quarterback, the young man out of West Monroe, or Neville, excuse all of the, oh my gosh, I'm gonna get run out of anywhere for saying that. Out of the west side of Monroe is what I meant. Did I save myself there? I don't think so. Boy. There you go, how about that? That is big time Ryan McVeigh.
Nick getting us some, Brett getting us some good action shots down there.
Indeed, he is. Snap is back now. Leger's there letting this one fly. Looking for a man's got it complete down inside the 5. They'll mark him on the 5-yard line. That is Jarius Wright. Hustling down. Leger chases him down there all the way, and they'll get settled in.
There's your instant replay real quick if we get a chance
Watch
to.
this as they're hurrying down as the red team. We might have to come back to that one, Chuck, as they get their way up to the line of scrimmage. Leger pointing some things out, but look, that ball put right on the money, 1 foot down, and that's all you need. High school and college either way. Here comes Sampanaro's got this one in. He's the running quarterback. He just gets banged around in the middle. 10-51 West team looking to do some work. In the slot is number 14, Jamari Evans. You got the very mobile Saponaro in there at quarterback. See if that is Javane Reese. He scored already for the West team. Boy, gets quiet when the band shuts down. They're going to run the option to the near side. Saponaro gets turned around and chased down, and he goes down.
Goodness.
And that's big-time work there. Number 6, once again, for the East. Who else? Diego Spears. Well, Diego Spears has just been there and been there and been there. The number of times that we've called his name tonight. Third down and goal all the way back following that big sack. Got to be careful not to get out of field goal range here. Oh, look at the pass. Backside pressure is brought down. And there is a sack by number 7. That is Jalen Anderson. Things got a little chippy there at the end. Also there, number 75 was Kane Olivier. Kane Olivier coming on the backside and helping out with that. And we will have our first opportunity at a field goal attempt for the red team. That is Sean Heineke-Prevost in there. Out of the hold of number 88, Jaden Saunier. This will be a 35-yard field goal attempt from the right hash to take the lead for the West. Snap down, kick is up, drifting left, and it's no good, just off to the left. Special teams playing some big things here. That field goal is missed.
Nice.
Wow.
I mean, might as well go ahead and give it a shot, too, because field position-wise, they'll get ball there from the 20 now.
Yep. Yeah, but a 35-yarder, you've got to, you think that he's made some of those in his career without a doubt. He's upset with himself, that just didn't hit it. And he might have had a little bit too much time because it's not live. You don't rush it.
Right.
And that might have thrown him off just a little bit. .55 to go in regulation. Could there possibly be a little overtime in this one?
Go ahead and talk it up.
Say.
Go ahead and talk it up.
Might get back in Alexandria wee hours of the morning if that happens. Jesuit quarterback Bo Perez stands back there, rifles this one over, banging around. And that is good defensive work by Tadarius Wright.
Sounded like you said Josh Lloyd was in on that one, too. He was the intended receiver. No?
I don't see how that, I don't think so.
No, it couldn't have been. Unless they put him in there for something.
Perez has it again. Clock stopped at 8:49 following the incompletion. Second down at 10. Bo back to pass. Little play action. Steps up in the pocket and rifles this one down the field just out of the outstretched hands. Pass was intended for Dakota Johnson. Dakota Johnson was back there. Hodges Brown back into coverage. We've said his name a bunch of times tonight. Looking up and down the sideline, the intensity is starting. These guys are really wanting to come out of here now with that win. This is what we talked about. It's crunch time. It's fun in games, but now it's time to get out there and you want to get this victory. I know that you see Andy and you see Marcus there next to each other. They're both wanting to get the victory out of this one. A couple of 5-0 coaches in this one on the east side. In JT and Collins. Back to pass is Perez. He's rolling around, rolling out of the pocket. slings this one downfield, and it's going to be incomplete, and that's going to bring up another 4th down. This is where you got to watch out. You're going to be punting from deep down in your own territory.
Yeah, the positive takeaway from that is that there's no rush, and he does have a chance to get away a good punt.
That's correct.
However, it's cold. There's a little dampness out there. Things can happen. Just saying.
Out there is Smith. Also for the Red is Jamari Evans. That's the group that's been out there the bulk of the way. 12 comes in, turns around, and goes back out. That is Jaleel Matthews. I think he did that the last time, too. Granville Anderson, the 3rd, on to punt. He'll punt from inside his 10-yard line. Puts a foot into this one. Probably his best kick of the night. That is Hodges Brown's got it. He's cutting outside of the 50, but it's great work by that defensive unit. The kick return team, or the punt team, is there. .824 to go in this one. West had a good shot at it, unable to get things going. Looking at some of the folks that have made their way out into the field, heading over to the slot. So that is Sampanaro that is in there at quarterback. Moving over to his left side, looks like at running back now is Jaden Guernsey McDonald. So GMAC finding his way in there, now switches over to the left side. We know he plays wide receiver and running back. See what GMAC has for him. Unable to get that one in. They pull it out, throw the snap pass out to the near side, and that is complete to number 80,
almost
Chance Griffin.
They whistled the play dead already, but they got the ball stripped out. But it did roll out of bounds, but they did already whistle the play dead.
4-yard pickup, make it 2nd down and 6. All the way to the far side of the field at receiver is Wyatt Gibbons. Wyatt Gibbons out of South Side. 7:43 and counting here in this one. Handoff goes up the middle to Reese, and he bangs his way for, gosh, just a couple. Looked like he had more than that rolling along, but things just bogged down on him. They'll give him 4, make it 3rd down and 2. 4-down territory if you're the Red team. I can tell you that. Nobody wants to come out of here with overtime. They're going out to try to win this thing. That East defense has got to buckle down. Sampanaro is just going to run a quick dive. And he gets stuck and spun around. Goes down and pops right back up and says, look, let's go do this again. This is a physical sport. Let's go play football. And out like that is Opelousas' friend going out there and digging the sod out of his helmet. You got to leave it there and let the young man play.
That's dirt.
He's got to come off the field because of that, and that's going to get Leger back in there. 1st down and 10. They haven't changed the yard marker yet. Now they do. Two receivers to the top, 2 to the near side. Snap is back. Handoff, though, right up the middle. There's a big run. Shifty moves down to the 25-yard line. That is number 20, and DeAndre Young. DeAndre Young coming and getting that one again. Boy, you're just rotating some folks around now. You're seeing players in it. Mingo to the near side at receiver. We'll see if they're looking at my play action. No, handoff goes right up the middle, down to the 10, inside the 5, spun around, and that is Jacoby Jefferson. This Red team just continuing, and look, here comes Javane Reese, the big running back out of Northwest. Brings all of the small guys off, and he says, look, let the 5'7", 190-pound guy go get it. 5:39, West looking for their first lead. Reese looking for his 2nd touchdown, but that interior line says, hey, Don't look here for it, buddy.
You got 2 runs on us already. We're going to stop this one.
Demarion DuPont out of Marksville, Louisiana. Big on that one. Demarion DuPont's doing big work there in the middle of that defensive front, making Marksville proud of Oils Parish. Stand up and watch that big play. 5:08 and counting.
Brother-in-law right there in the middle of it.
Look who's right back in it, too, is Saponaro spinning around, trying to get into the end zone, banging around. He's going to be in. That's a touchdown for the West. Touchdown, John Michael Saponaro.
Here's your BU Designs instant replay.
Let's watch this again, and you're not going to deny Saponaro when he gets in there and goes to spinning around, banging in, keeps going, gets into the end zone for the West touchdown. 4:46 to go in this one. Extra point is up, and it splits the uprights, and it's good. 14-7 in this one. Again, what a drive here. It's just been John Michael Saponaro and Colin Leger changing up, throwing the ball around, doing what they needed. A bevy of running backs doing work for it. Man, this has been what a drive that has been. That East now ready to come back. We'll see if it's Tullis. We'll see if it is Perez. I think I like kickoffs just for this. This is I'm gonna get on the soapbox and say, look, LHSAA, you ought to consider this. This is just good stuff. You don't see the big returns, but you don't see kids getting hurt on it, and you do see some activity, and that's okay. 4:46 as the kickoff getting ready to come from Heineke Prevost, who added the extra point just moments ago. That kick is off to the left side, going to bounce around and be picked up at the 5-yard line. Out to the 15, now 20, 25, spun around and dropped there. Zarek Jones out of Leesville runs that one back. Correction, Gina High School, somewhere the Giants fans are getting after me for that.
Just remember, Giants fans, that was not the Tioga guy that said that. That's the Ash guy that said that.
First down and 10. East team looking to try to get this thing tied back up. They'll have to do it with 4:39. Perez going to be sacked. Oh, there's that big West defense that comes crashing in. A lot of folks involved in that one. Back there was Travell Hamilton. We saw, goodness, just a host of guys come in there. Turnovers, points off of turnovers have been the difference tonight in this one. That turnover that Carwile got, and they go down and score that one. The East got their touchdown off of it. It's just been one of those nights of turnover. Second down now in 17. Apologize, the voice is about gone, folks, but what a week it's been. They're trying to run it up the middle and get something back as we're under 4 minutes. Savion Moses back into the game. Also there's Braylon Dusang, who will come in, and the Menard standout has been solid. Played both ways, offensive and defensive line for the district champions, the solo district champions from Menard.
Imagine that.
Well, if you can't throw a zinger at your broadcast, buddy, what can you do? Perez
Whistle.
rolling out, but is going to have to hold off on that just a minute. Look like they're signaling illegal participation,
Yep.
which would have been 12 men on the field.
Substitution. Called against the defense.
3:32 remaining in a very frigid Louisiana night.
Say
May
that
not be
again?
for everybody, but up here it is.
Third down to 9 for Team East.
Boy, look.
Fans get right off your defense.
Andy down on the field like Jerry Jones would go down before. He's sensing the victory down there with this East team, and he and Coach Randall are not beside each other. Well, they were tied.
they were tied.
They were side by side, and now this is for all of it. 3rd down and 8. What a crucial play in this one. A couple of downs to get the first. Perez rolling out. Looks back this way. Throws it the other way with that X-football. A little bit of tugging from the back. But nothing is called there. Out in the pass was Ray Levi. And right there, Cody Noel. Those footballs that they're playing with, Gabe Northern, old LSU star and Buffalo Bills star, and very motivated individual.
Crossball.
Came out with the cross ball, and that's what you see the tape that's on the end of that. They tell these receivers to look for the cross. So he goes in there and he puts that on the end of these footballs, and it not only symbolizes the cross that is on the end of the football that these receivers pick up on, but it's his way of honoring God and putting those crosses out there on that. The East team coming out here to punt might have thought they would go for it with just 3.5 to go.
Team East. Rebel Anderson the second.
Hodges, Brown, Smith, and
After return, number
Jamari Evans to the near side.
The difference of approach of a punt and everything is that, they're putting 3 men back. The other one only puts 1. So, interesting.
This kick is away. You see the white tip. That is the crossball. That's Hodges, Brown in the middle. Cuts back now to the middle side. Spins around. Is going to be driven down, but again, starting at midfield.
That was number 26 that wrapped him up from the back.
And that's the long snapper. That's Denicola. So he snaps and goes down there and tries to get the tackle. Mingo over there talking to him, telling him what a great job that he did by getting down there and doing that. Game recognizing game right there from Mingo.
So my question is, since he deep snaps for both teams, is he going to get a ring regardless?
He gets the ring. There's
That's
no
awesome.
doubt about it.
That's
right.
awesome. I might have to sign up for that.
A little late. He's been doing it since he was 8 years old.
Well, can I do it till I'm 80?
Sampanaro in there at quarterback. Handoff is there, but boy, the Big East team, and they'll start using.
Goodness.
Got to think they'll start using some timeouts. That is number 22 that just fired through there and made that play. Mackenzie Ardoin out of Northwest there in Opelousas.
And through practice week, we saw that East team defense, how just on fire they were.
Yep.
And game time has not shunned them out or made them nervous at all.
No, not in the slightest. Sampanaro is going to keep it himself, spun around, and what do you know, there's Ardoin again to finish things up. That's why they coach this and I don't. I'd have went for it, but that defense of the East is really rising to the occasion here.
Make some noise for your defense here. Big play in the ball game. It is 3rd down and
2:20.
9.
Counting away.
Yep, they'll try to take as much time off the clock as they can if they are the West team. Down into 6 and 5 and 4. Leger just lets it run down as much as he can, and a timeout is taken.
Timeout's called by Team West.
West takes the timeout, and that's just to run off as much clock as they can. Well, what a night it has been. If the East can hold on right here, you see them talking about it right there. West has the lead in this one, 14-10. There's My Mingo off to the left. And the screen's starting to drop. I don't know if Brett's falling asleep down there on us. There we go. Got it swapped back over. He'll go back and watch that, and I'll get in trouble for it. But
Well, might have been chasing ants, picking flowers out of the grass.
you got big Caden Dixon in there, running back. Also in there, running back is G-Mac, Jaden Gursey McDonald in there, flanked off to the left at running back. Big size disparity between the two of them, but not in heart. 3rd down and 9. Leger, handoff to Dixon up the middle, and there's the guy that we've heard so much about. Dixon down. Stopped at the 37-yard line. Timeout called. It'll be 4th down. So do you go out and try to win it right here if you're the West? If you get the 1st down here, it's practically over for all intents and purposes. Well, these guys on the red team can sense it, and they're equally as fired up. Equally as fired up on the east side, saying, hey guys, come on, let's go out there and get this one stop and get the ball back here and go down and tie this thing up. .151 it says on the Memorial Stadium scoreboard off to our right. Doug Gann, Chuck Perkins, Brett Stallsby bringing you all the action. Nick Magnano back home statting this for us.
I'm going to give you a shot of that. All the folks that came out here, braved the weather, all this nice cool air that we've got.
Well, that's a great crowd.
Nice crowd out here. Now, understand, this is a big horseshoe stadium. It is a monster stadium.
Hold about 25,000, won't it?
Yes, indeed.
A lot of people. I could be completely wrong with that, but I think that's what I heard. Leger calls for the ball. Draws a man off sides and a hard snap. They're going to call offsides, and look at Chris Towery out there. Coach Towery saying, look, that's what we want to do. You go up there.
Free first down.
You go up there and stole that 1st down. A little bit of dancing out of that west side now.
Wow. That was ingenious play right there.
The hard count did it. No, my goodness. Nobody feels worse. And you got a guy down with some cramps.
I think they were trying to blow the play dead.
But because you had 12 men in the huddle, and so they break the huddle with 12 men, and that's where the penalty flag should come in. It's going to be an illegal participation. If you can't break the huddle, even if you run somebody off of there, you can't break it with the 12 guys on there. Well, what a ball game this has been. If you've watched it on the pay-per-view, you have seen a thriller in this one.
We're covering action ground football all week long, all the way from the beginning, from a draft, all the way down to the senior game.
Again,
Action early today in the junior high game.
Officials are ready to roll this one.
those of you that have just found us, we appreciate you tuning in to 446 Sports. You can check out the brand new website, 446sports.com. It's set to launch next week. Won't find a lot of stuff on there this week. The link to this game was there, and we thank everybody that found that. Snap is over the head, and this could, boy, that's going to be a race to the ball. Leger falls down and does what he needed to do. Boy, that could have been the all-time ugliest thing you've ever seen.
Well, 4 yards, 5 yards forward.
And, yeah, but that gave him the first down. So it's first down now second down in all of this. The timeout is taken. Nope, didn't take it. Looked like they had whistled the timeout.
Yep, there it is.
That's what I thought.
I'm glad they finally heard you.
They're going to set it back to 1:30, it looks like.
That's your third and final timeout.
Third timeout of the night, and that's going to, should be able to go. I wouldn't necessarily try to snap it that far anymore.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't unless they're going for the Louisiana Tech.
All right.
3rd and 83 it was.
Oh, that was a mad dash for the football and could have been
Scoop and score. And like somebody might have been listening to that announcer's jinx.
indeed. Absolutely.
Oh, heavens. And Nick would have been going, I see, I'm not the only one.
No, but he's not off the hook.
No, he's not.
Not off the hook just yet. He likes to say that he is, but the poor kid hadn't recorded it out in about 6 months.
Yeah.
So, 2nd down, and gosh, they got to get back to Denham Springs for the 1st down, it looks like. Those that aren't from here can Google that. It's a pretty good reference.
It is.
2nd down and 32.
Or in location where it may be to Zachary.
Indeed. As things wind down here tonight, a lot of football yet still to go. They're still trying to get it to 1:30.
1:20 on the clock.
Well, there you go.
Well, I think they're wanting to get to 1:30 is what they've done because it was at 1:20. But to those of you, we invite you all to be careful, encourage you to be careful tomorrow night, wherever New Year's Eve takes you. It's certainly not worth anything. Here's pressure, and the knee is taken there, but no timeouts remain. And clock runs to 40. It'll be about 30 seconds or so remaining. And so the West team is sensing that they got it, and they're trying to get that band to play one final time. But again, from all of us at 446 Sports, we wish you the happiest and most prosperous of New Year's. Next year, it has been a pleasure. We invite you to subscribe to the YouTube channel. All of our content that we provide is free of charge. This, of course, Gridiron Football's game, and all of the proceeds go back into them for this. That should do it. And the West team is going to come out of here with the victory. And pretty tacky of some of those on the red team going over there and putting up the ring finger, and I don't agree with that in the slightest. Thing could get a lot of handshakes and hugs. These two teams hung out a lot together. They'll bring the table out to the middle of the field. We'll stay and cover all of this ceremony for you. While it's getting set up, thank you to those of you all around the world that watched this game tonight, or you watched it sometime in the future. It has been our pleasure. We'll sign off from the audio side of it, but we'll continue this throughout the ring ceremony, so you can hear the VIPs and all of those that are announced. But it has been an amazing week here, and thank you to that band who has stayed here and played the whole night. It has been an amazing week. Look for a lot of the highlights of tonight's game to be chopped up and put out on our YouTube channel. We'll tag as many people as we can. But from the bottom of my heart, it has been a thrill to spend this holiday season with all of you. Big thanks to Nick back home for statting things. Brett along the sideline. Of course, Chuck for providing some analysis. And yeah, I'm not thanking you for that. A little analysis and all of the production that we've done tonight, all of the parents and coaches that were a part of this. It's been an honor to stand with you through this week. So, until 2024 for one last time, God bless you all and good night.
Both head coaches, CJ Maiden, Coach Mike Bennett, please report to the table as we start the ceremonies. West side, best side. All right, guys, we're going to start the post-game award ceremony. We're going to start off with the MVPs first, and then we'll give out the bowl game rings. We're going to start with Team East first. The Team East offensive MVP goes to number 4, Brandon George. right, next up, our defense MVP for Team East goes to number 6, Diego Spears. All right, we're going to switch sides to the winning side. Team West. Your Team West offensive MVP goes to number 15, John Michael Stefano. All right, our final award, the Team West defensive MVP goes to number 25, Tyler Knighton. Also an honorable mention as well for Team West. There's a shout out as well. Number 34, Zeke Carlisle, was also in the running for it as well. Let's give a round of applause for these 4 excellent performers for their outstanding performance in the 5th annual Gridiron Football All-American Bowl Game. And to conclude a great week with these guys, we're going to give out their bowl game rings. And we'll call them out one more time individually for their excellent performance. Start on Wednesday with the draft, and end today with a great day of action-packed football. All these players for both teams were either all-district, all-state, all-metro, you name it. And the majority of these guys will all play college football at the next level. For all these guys, this will be their last high school football game. So to honor their great careers as student athletes, let's give a round of applause one more time for all of the players from Team East and Team West for a great week. We're going to start with a group picture of the winning team. Team West.
Now Team East will take a group picture. These guys hung out with each other, got to know each other, the players across the country, and got to bond with each other throughout the week. Players from Louisiana, Texas, Alabama, Florida, and of course, Canada. Also representatives from Arkansas, Missouri, becoming our most diverse Gridiron football All-American Bowl game ever. I'd like to thank our sponsors as well. Of course, Gridiron Football, 446 Sports, Ultimate Apparel, and the Johnson Law Group. Now it's time for the bowl game rings. We'll call our numbers right now. Team East, number 0, Isaiah Grant, Isidore Newman High School, New Orleans, Louisiana. Number 1, Jacorian Norris, defensive back, Tioga High School, Alexandria, Louisiana. Number 2, Granville Anderson, the second, wide receiver kicker from University of Iowa in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Number 3, Ray Weaver, wide receiver from Lake Arthur High School in Lake Arthur, Louisiana. Number 4, Braden George, running back from Episcopal High School in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Number 5, Dortavian Deepax, wide receiver from Peabody High School in Alexandria, Louisiana. Number 6, Diego Spears, defensive lineman from Dutchtown High School in Geismar, Louisiana. Number 7, Jalen Anderson, defensive end from Slidell High School in Slidell, Louisiana. Number 8, Omar Butler, wide receiver from Crowley High School in Crowley, Louisiana. Number 9, Chris Cooper, linebacker from Woodlawn High School in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Number 10, Peyton McFarland, linebacker from Don 35 High School in New Orleans, Louisiana. Number 11, Zarek Jones, running back, DB from Gina High School in Gina, Louisiana. Number 12, James Owens, running back from Pine High School in Pine, Louisiana. Number 13, Douglas Thornton, running back, receiver from Southern Lab High School in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Number 14, Samuel Tulos, quarterback from Kenyan Christian, Lafayette, Louisiana. Number 15, Javoy Singleton, running back, Delta Troy High School in Faraday, Louisiana. Number 16, Boo Perez, quarterback, Jesuit High School in New Orleans, Louisiana. Number 17, Dwayne Mills, defensive back from Slidell High School in Slidell, Louisiana. Number 18, Dakota Johnson, wide receiver from Oakdale High School in Oakdale, Louisiana. Number 19, Caden Taylor, linebacker, Grand Lake High School in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Number 20, Dante Botley, defensive back from Kinder High School in Kinder, Louisiana. Number 21, Hayden Johnson, tight end from Notre Dame High School in Crowley, Louisiana. Number 22, Mackenzie Audron, defensive end from Northwest High School in Opelousas, Louisiana. Number 23, Mason Warren, defensive back from Parkview Baptist High School in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Number 24, Travis Pradia, defensive back from Barb High School in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Number 25, Cameron Wilson, linebacker from Airline High School in Bossier City, Louisiana. Number 27, Cedric Allen, defensive back, Peabody High School in Alexandria, Louisiana. Number 30, defensive back, Maximus Gadamus from Tioga High School in Alexandria, Louisiana. Number 31, Eric Voorhees, defensive back from Peabody High School in Alexandria, Louisiana. Number 32, Colin Coates, defensive back from Catholic High School right here in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Number 33, Otis Bates Jr., running back from Delta Charter High School in Faraday, Louisiana. Number 34, Gabriel Wesley, linebacker, Rose Pond High School in Rose Pond, Louisiana. Number 35, Landon Lawrence, linebacker from Rose Pond High School in Rose Pond, Louisiana. Number 40, Gridiron Jenkins, defensive end from Salmon High School in Slidell, Louisiana. Number 44, Demarius Jones, defensive lineman from Jonesboro Hodge High School in Jonesboro, Louisiana. Number 48, Corey Leday, defensive lineman, linebacker from Southside High School in Youngsville, Louisiana. Number 50, Jackson Cordell, kicker, punter, Franklin Parish High School in Winsboro, Louisiana. Number 54, Zion Taylor, defensive lineman from Peabody High School in Alexandria, Louisiana. Number 55, Shantarius Connor, defensive lineman from Faraday High School in Faraday, Louisiana. Number 56, Cedric May, offensive lineman from Woodlawn High School in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Number 58, Maurice Smith Jr., offensive lineman from Faraday High School in Faraday, Louisiana. Number 59, Riggs Knight, offensive lineman from Slidell High School in Slidell, Louisiana. Number 62, Blaine Savoy, offensive lineman from Rose Pond High School in Rose Pond, Louisiana. Number 66, Logan Hughes, defensive lineman from Madison High School in Tooele, Louisiana. Number 74, Demarion Dupas, defensive lineman from Marshville High School in Marshville, Louisiana. Number 75, Kane Olivier, defensive lineman from Waterville High School in Waterville, Louisiana. Number 77, Chase Cangelosi, offensive lineman from Dutchtown High School in Geismar, Louisiana. Number 79, Mitch Honda, offensive tackle from Sterlington High School in Monroe, Louisiana. Number 80, Demarius Burns, wide receiver, Jonesboro Hodge High School in Jonesboro, Louisiana. Number 81, Lance Rumbler, wide receiver from Kinder Discovery in New Orleans, Louisiana. Number 84, Josh Lloyd, wide receiver, Tioga High School in Alexandria, Louisiana. Number 85, Brandon Scott, wide receiver, Sarah T. Reed High School in New Orleans, Louisiana. Number 88, Isaiah Foley, wide receiver, Leesville High School in Leesville, Louisiana. Number 97, Blair Russo, defensive lineman, Catholic High School in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And finally, representing Team East, number 98, James Lucas, quarterback, Peabody High School, Alexandria, Louisiana. They're led by head coach C.J. Mayton and drafted by Team Marcus Randall. Last time, round of applause goes to Team East. Moving on to the winning team. Give their final recognition for tonight, Team West. Drafted by Andy Bryson, coach by Mike Bennett. Number 0, Caden Dixon, running back, Center High School in Center, Texas. Number 1, Jalen Harris, linebacker, Escambia High School in Pensacola, Florida. Number 2, Jacoby Jefferson, running back, Salmon High School in Southern Louisiana. Number 3, Jarius White, wide receiver, Port Allen High School in Port Allen, Louisiana. Number 4, Tadarius White, defensive back from Escambia High School in Pensacola, Florida. Number 5, Colin Leger, quarterback, Carmel High School in Lafayette, Louisiana. Number 6, Anthony Hall, quarterback, Escambia High School in Pensacola, Florida. Number 7, DeQuincy Wilson, defensive back from Barton High School in Barton, Arkansas. Number 8, C.J. White, defensive end from Foster High School in Richmond, Texas. Number 9, Hutch Grace, linebacker, Calvary Baptist Academy in Shreveport, Louisiana. Number 10, Ryan McVeigh, defensive lineman from Escambia High School in Pensacola, Florida. Number 11, Amorion Mingo, wide receiver from Alexandria High School in Alexandria, Louisiana. Number 12, Joel Matthews, defensive back from Terrebonne High School in Houma, Louisiana. Number 13, Nasir Hudson, defensive end from Warren Easton High School in New Orleans, Louisiana. Number 14, Jamari Evans, wide receiver from Walker High School in Walker, Louisiana. Number 15, John Michael Sampanero, quarterback, wide receiver from Neville High School in Monroe, Louisiana. Number 16, Javon Bell, defensive back from Paxton High School in Jacksonville, Florida. Number 17, Ty Williams, defensive back from Vermilion Catholic High School in Abbeville, Louisiana. Number 20, DeAndre Young, running back, Delhi Charter High School in Delhi, Louisiana. Number 21, Vincent Pitcher, defensive back from Neville High School in Monroe, Louisiana. Number 22, Kelby Hippolyte, wide receiver, Burbridge High School in Burbridge, Louisiana. Number 23, Christian Smith, running back from Amite High School in Amite, Louisiana. Number 24, Decarian Sampson, running back, receiver from Avoyelles High School in Avoyelles, Louisiana. Number 25, Tyler Knighton, defensive lineman from Scotlandville High School in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Number 26, Grant Dinacoa, long snapper from Dutchtown High School in Geismar, Louisiana. Number 27, Carl Oran Baptiste, tight end from Peabody High School in Alexandria, Louisiana. Number 28, Jaden Thursday McDonald, wide receiver, running back from Pleasant Trinity High School in Ontario, Canada. Number 29, Mackay Bean, running back from Independence High School in Independence, Louisiana. Number 31, Jarius Stephen, defensive back from Sophie B. Wright High School in New Orleans, Louisiana. Number 32, Cody Noel Jr., defensive back from Burbridge High School in Burbridge, Louisiana. Number 33, Lawrence Rivers, linebacker, Chiefland High School in Chiefland, Florida. Number 34, Zeke Carlisle, linebacker, Westminster Christian in Huntsville, Alabama. Number 34, Keelan Van Zandt, linebacker, running back from Mansfield High School in Mansfield, Louisiana. Number 40, Hodges Brown, defensive back, punt returner, Como High School in Lafayette, Louisiana. Number 44, Javian Reese, running back from Northwest High School in Opelousas, Louisiana. Number 45, Alex Simon, defensive back from Como High School in Lafayette, Louisiana. Number 47, Owen Locke, linebacker from Huron Heights High School in Newmarket, Ontario, Canada. Number 50, Adam Wiggins, offensive lineman from East Ascension High School in Gonzales, Louisiana. Number 51, Ricardius Boatwright, linebacker from Independence High School in Independence, Louisiana. Number 52, Caden Chandler, linebacker from Grant High School in Dry Palm, Louisiana. Number 54, Alton Rising, offensive lineman from Livingston Collegiate in New Orleans, Louisiana. Number 55, Joe Milton, offensive lineman from Opelousas High School in Opelousas, Louisiana. Number 56, Jordan Filson, offensive lineman from North Emerville High School in Maryland, Louisiana. Number 57, Travis Citadel, offensive lineman from Ascension Catholic High School in Townsville, Louisiana. Number 63, Brandon Ray, offensive lineman from Westminster Christian Academy in Opelousas, Louisiana. Number 74, Vassar Dave, offensive lineman from St. Frederick in Monroe, Louisiana. Number 75, Jake Stevens, offensive lineman from Curtisville High School, Curtisville, Missouri. Number 80, Chance Griffin, wide receiver from McKinley High School in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Number 84, Wyatt Gibbons, wide receiver from Southside High School in Youngsville, Louisiana. Number 86, Sean Heineke Prevos, kicker, punter from Heights High School in Houston, Texas. Number 88, Jaden Saunier, wide receiver from Como High School in Lafayette, Louisiana. Number 90, JaVale Hamilton, defensive lineman from Southwood High School in Shreveport, Louisiana. Number 91, Savion Moses, offensive lineman, defensive lineman from Delhi Charter High School in Delhi, Louisiana. And lastly, we have number 99, Braylon Dusang, defensive lineman from Holy Savior Menard High School in Alexandria, Louisiana. Let's give a round of applause for the winning team tonight, Team West. But that'll be it for a great week of action here, Gridiron football. For more information, to keep up to date with everything going on at Gridiron football, make sure to visit our website, www.gridironfootballusa.com. We'll have a lot of post-game information, stats, highlights, articles, you name it, from this game and from this week. Coverage from this week will all be posted at gridironfootballusa.com. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for enjoying a great day of fun-filled football action with us. Have a happy new year, everybody, in 2024, and we'll see you next year for the 6th annual Gridiron Football All-American Bowl game. Have yourself a good night, and drive home safe.